Mr. Speaker, this strategy incorporates a three-tier structure to ensure comprehensive oversight and implementation. The first tier is the National Violence Reduction Steering Committee, chaired by the Minister of National Security and supported by permanent secretaries from key ministries. This committee provides policy guidance, ensures interagency collaboration, and aligns resources with strategic goals, reflecting a commitment to tackling all forms of violence. The strategy will spearhead, this steering committee will spearhead the development of policies and strategies focused on violence prevention, mental health services, and community resilience. Furthermore, it will monitor program outcomes to ensure alignment with objectives and adjust plans as necessary based on data and community feedback. Mr. Speaker, this steering committee will work closely with its strategic partners, which include the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Home Affairs, and the Ministry of Youth, Social Development, and Seniors. This collaboration ensures that all areas impacted by violence, education, legal affairs, health, housing, and youth development are addressed through unified, multi-sectoral efforts. By bringing together key decision makers and stakeholders, the steering committee ensures that our approach is cohesive, comprehensive, and effective. The second tier, the Interagency Gang Enforcement Team, or IGET, focuses on intelligence sharing, coordinated interventions, and targeted enforcement efforts. This team employs a data-driven approach to identifying high-risk offenders, victims, and crime hotspots, enabling precise and effective action. The IGET serves as the operational arm of the National Violence Reduction Strategy, ensuring that all law enforcement agencies and supporting entities work in harmony to address Bermuda's most pressing safety concerns. Its enforcement partners include the Bermuda Police Service, the Department of Court Services, the Department of Corrections, the Department of Child and Family Services, the Department of Immigration, His Majesty's Customs, the Department of Public Prosecutions, the Mayor's Program, and the Ministry of Education. Each of these partners play a critical role in ensuring that enforcement efforts are comprehensive, strategic, and impactful. Mr. Speaker, the IGET focuses on tasking and coordinating law enforcement efforts by analyzing community intelligence. It identifies offenders causing the greatest harm, victims at the highest risk, the crimes posing the greatest threat, and the locations where violence is most concentrated. From this analysis, the IGET establishes tactical priorities, and each agency determines how to best contribute to the effort. This targeted approach ensures that resources are allocated efficiently and that interventions are effective in addressing Bermuda's most urgent safety concerns. Mr. Speaker, the third tier, the Interagency Community Response, IGCR, prioritizes prevention through education, rehabilitation, and partnerships. This tier recognizes that violence is not only a law enforcement issue, but also a community issue that requires collaborative, grassroots solutions. The IGCR works closely with at-risk individuals and their families to provide the support needed to break the cycle of violence. Through initiatives like vocational training, mental health services, mentorship programs, and community engagement, The IGCR seeks to address the underlying socio-economic factors contributing to violence. The Interagency Community Response Team also collaborates with schools, community organizations, and health agencies to create a network of support that fosters resilience and reduces the likelihood of violence. Mr. Speaker, by establishing the National Violence Reduction Strategic Committee, repurposing the IGET, and enhancing the IGCR, the National Violence Reduction Strategy creates a robust and coordinated framework for addressing violence in Bermuda. These three tiers, working in concert, ensure that prevention, intervention, and enforcement are balanced and mutually reinforcing. By leveraging existing structures and enhancing collaboration, Bermuda will be better equipped to create safer, more resilient communities and promote long-term social cohesion. Mr. Speaker, the National Violence Reduction Strategy is guided by 8 strategic goals that represent the pillars of our collective efforts to reduce violence and promote community cohesion. Allow me to expand on these goals to illustrate their significance and the strategies that underpin them. The first goal is to enhance early intervention and community-based initiatives for violence prevention. This involves identifying at-risk individuals and intervening early to provide them with the tools and resources needed to navigate challenges constructively. Programs in schools will introduce curricula that focus on conflict resolution, emotional regulation, and empathy, ensuring that children develop strong interpersonal skills. Community partnerships with youth centers, after-school programs, and sports clubs will create safe, structured environments that engage young people in meaningful activities, reducing idle time that often leads to negative influences. Mentorship initiatives will connect at-risk youth with positive role models who can guide them toward constructive choices, while parent training programs will help strengthen family bonds and improve communication within households. Expanding access to mental health services tailored to the needs of young people will ensure that those struggling with trauma or emotional challenges receive the support that they need to survive. Mr. Speaker, the second goal is to strengthen community resilience and support systems for gang prevention and rehabilitation. This entails building robust networks of support that address the socio-economic conditions that often drive individuals toward gangs. Counseling and mental health services will be enhanced with a focus on trauma recovery, addiction treatment, and life skills training. Vocational training and apprenticeship programs will equip individuals with marketable skills, providing pathways to sustainable employment. Community mediation programs will play a vital role in addressing interpersonal conflicts within neighborhoods, preventing these issues from escalating into violence. Support groups for fathers will be established to promote positive parenting, emotional regulation, and stronger family dynamics. These initiatives will create a foundation of resilience that empowers communities to stand together against violence and its root causes. The third goal emphasizes conflict resolution and de-escalation through negotiation. Specialized teams of trained negotiators and community leaders will work to intervene in high-tension situations, preventing violence before it occurs. Mediation workshops will teach individuals and groups the skills needed to resolve disputes constructively. Community engagement initiatives, such as neighborhood watch programs and dialogues between law enforcement and community organizations, will foster trust and collaboration. By expanding the coordinated crisis response team, resources will be directed to affected communities to provide immediate support, including trauma counseling and conflict resolution services. Mr. Speaker, the fourth goal seeks to promote reintegration and restoration by supporting individuals who have been involved in gangs. Comprehensive reentry programs will address the unique challenges faced by these individuals, providing access to housing, vocational training, and counseling services. Partnerships with private sector organizations will create tailored apprenticeship opportunities that align with industry demands, ensuring a smooth transition into meaningful employment. Establishing safe houses and offering relocation assistance will provide individuals with the support needed to leave dangerous environments and rebuild their lives. The fifth goal focuses on strengthening enforcement measures to disrupt gang-related activities and enhance public safety. Increased police presence in high-risk areas, coupled with advanced intelligence analysis, will allow for targeted interventions. Restorative justice programs will focus on rehabilitating offenders, reducing recidivism, and fostering reintegration into society. Public awareness campaigns will educate the community about the consequences of gang violence, emphasizing the collective responsibility to create safer neighborhoods. Specialized training for law enforcement officers will ensure that they are equipped to address gang-related issues effectively and sensitively. Mr. Speaker, the sixth goal is to improve collaboration and coordination among stakeholders. By fostering partnerships across sectors, resources can be pooled and efforts can be aligned to maximize impact. Joint intervention program and cross-sector training will enhance the effectiveness of initiatives, while community engagement will build trust and encourage active participation from residents. Advocacy for policy alignment will ensure that government agencies or NGOs and community organizations work together cohesively. The seventh goal focuses on advocating for policies that address systemic issues and promote sustainable rehabilitation efforts. Initiatives such as incentivizing cooperation with law enforcement, expanding access to rehabilitation programs, and supporting community policing will foster safer, more inclusive communities. Legislative reforms will prioritize addressing the root causes of violence, creating long-term solutions for social safety. Mr. Speaker, the eighth and final goal is to improve public awareness campaigns to educate the community on violence prevention strategies and resources. Targeted media campaigns, public events, and partnerships with influencers will amplify key messages. Outreach programs in schools and neighborhoods will ensure that information is accessible to all, empowering individuals to take an active role in violence prevention. Mr. Speaker, to ensure effective implementation, the National Violence Reduction Strategy employs a structured and phased approach. By focusing on short, medium, and long-term goals, the strategy addresses immediate priorities while laying a foundation for sustainable, far-reaching initiatives. This phased design allows the strategy to adapt to evolving needs, ensuring that efforts remain responsive and relevant to Bermuda's unique challenges. Immediate actions target urgent issues, while medium-term measures focus on strengthening existing programs and community resilience. Long-term objectives are designed to create systemic change, promoting equity, safety, and opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, to date, we have made significant progress in addressing the short-term goals of the National Violence Reduction Strategy. Operational plans have been completed for key initiatives, including the anti-violence campaign, the GED completion program, the Bermuda College program, and the Workforce Development program. These plans provide a strong foundation for advancing violence prevention and community engagement. Additionally, the National Violence Reduction Steering Committee has been established. Furthermore, $500,000 in additional funding has been allocated to support priority areas including violence prevention, job training, mental health services, and public awareness campaigns. These efforts reflect our commitment, this government's commitment, Mr. Speaker, to tackling Bermuda's immediate challenges and laying the groundwork for sustained progress. Over the next 2 years, the government's focus will be on building upon the foundational initiatives established in the short term to create sustainable change. We aim to expand educational and social skills programs, offering broad opportunities for at-risk individuals to develop life skills and increase their potential for meaningful employment. Strengthening community resilience remains a priority, with an emphasis on vocational training that equips individuals with practical skills aligned with Bermuda's evolving economic needs. Additionally, we will develop enforcement strategies that are specifically tailored to Bermuda's unique challenges, ensuring a balanced approach that combines accountability with community-focused policing. These efforts are designed to solidify gains made during the initial phase while addressing systemic factors contributing to violence. Mr. Speaker, in the long term, the government strategy shifts toward creating enduring solutions that foster systemic and cultural change. This includes the expansion of mentorship opportunities to provide consistent guidance and positive role models for vulnerable populations, along with the establishment of safe houses that offer refuge and support for individuals escaping cycles of violence. Policy reforms will also play a critical role in supporting rehabilitation and reintegration programs that reduce recidivism and promote social cohesion. By addressing the root causes of violence and prioritizing the reintegration of affected individuals into society, we aim to create a safer, more equitable Bermuda for future generations. Underpinning the National Violence Reduction Strategy is a robust monitoring and evaluation framework, enabling data-driven decision-making, accountability, and adaptability. This system ensures that Bermuda's efforts remain aligned with the evolving needs of the community and the overarching objectives of our strategy. Mr. Speaker, the National Violence Reduction Strategy represents a collective vision for Bermuda, a strategy that builds on the successes of the past while charting a bold, forward-looking path to address the root causes of violence. Through this strategy, we commit to fostering safety, unity, and opportunity for all. Bermudians that are creating a future where resilience and collaboration define our communities. Together, we stand ready to create lasting change. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to commend the National Violence Reduction Strategy to this Honorable House and for the honorable members to discuss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the minister for presenting. I think everybody in Bermuda would say that this is a major conversation that needs to be had. There is no one in Bermuda that hasn't seen what the violent crime in this country has done to our community. And having a strategy in place in order to tackle these issues should and is a priority. Mr. Speaker, the issues, as was laid out by the minister, are multifaceted. We didn't get here overnight. There have been multiple challenges that have happened over multiple government administrations. When you look at the death toll that's in this report, that's one part, a major, sad part that has been tearing our community apart. But look at all the lives attached to those deaths. Young men spending a significant amount of time incarcerated, families torn apart, children growing up without parents. One of the things that I think is important is that we all realize that it is our collective responsibility. It's also our individual responsibility. Because it's going to take everybody in our country to believe that these changes have to happen in order for the changes to take hold. A couple of weeks ago, I made mention that there were issues that had happened in our education system that probably led to some of the issues that we are dealing with today. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that every decision that gets made, you have to look at it for what it means the day you make it, and into the future, what is the outcome that is caused by making specific changes. I don't believe anybody would have thought that on purpose they would want to create gang violence, gang activity when those changes were made. But the consequences are the same. We have a problem in our community. Here we speak a lot in this document about gang violence. But Mr. Speaker, let's be honest. We have an anger management issue in our community, in multiple parts of our community. We seem to have an issue with being able to resolve conflict. The conversation leads to an argument, the argument leads to a fist fight, and then it continues to escalate. And the behavior of a parent sometimes, not realizing that you're modeling the behavior that the child will follow. And in this document, it refers to some of the issues that are happening in our community, the breakdown of the family. Our opposition leader mentioned it in the reply to the throne that there has been some breakdown in some of what have been our community establishments. People attending church the way they did before. people attending community groups the way they used to. This breakdown of our community has happened in multiple ways. And that's why it will take a collective effort to get us back on track and to be able to heal our community. But Mr. Speaker, it won't be as simple as putting some words down on a document. It is going to take both sides of the house. It's going to take our church leaders, our teachers, our coaches, our parents. Everybody collectively has to understand that this is our problem. One major problem in our community is that sometimes if it's not happening in your neighborhood, it's not your problem. But one more young man losing his life is one too many. And Mr. Speaker, we sit here with this document today, but we haven't been able to tackle it since the first one. And once again, I'm saying accountability across multiple administrations. The piece that will be difficult here, as you go through this document, is implementation. Because once again, you can put this on paper, but our problems are deep-rooted, and it's going to take a lot of people rolling up their sleeves, and it's also going to take a lot of money. Whether we like to talk about that part or not, it is going to take a lot of money. Our issues are deep-rooted, and in order to fix them, we are going to have to take a lot of support to get there. And the minister has mentioned some of those. Because, Mr. Speaker, if what we need is more support in the social services, that's going to mean more people, more training for those people, giving them the ability to go into these environments with numbers. Mr. Speaker, it is important that what we start to do is realize that we, as leaders in this country, have to also set that example. How we behave, how we handle ourselves, how we speak to each other, how we deal with conflict, disagreements. And then you have to have that expectation of your neighbor, of your friends. If you see a parent talking to a child in a way that they should never talk to a child, it's your responsibility to pull that parent aside and say, that's our future, and you are not allowed to talk to them that way. Because, Mr. Speaker, that used to be the community. We took care of each other. We always talk about how it used to be. You got in trouble in school, and on your way home, 2 or 3 neighbors had already mentioned it. By the time you got home, multiple people had been touch points. That's the community together that brought that child up. Many of those children are leaders in this room today. But, Mr. Speaker, in order to have the enforcement side, we need to have more police officers. We need to get to the point where, one, we are wrestling with what is happening in our community today so that our community can feel safe, so that people can start to be able to speak to each other with respect and without fear of what is going to happen to them if they speak out. But that's going to take police presence. That's going to take community policing, which means that you have to get your police force to a level that allows for that to happen. But Mr. Speaker, this is an emergency, and that's why we are here debating it today. But if the service is not going to be able to get to a strong enough level until 2026, and that's without looking into the details of retirement and suspensions and all the other issues that might bring that number down, are we pouring water into a bucket that has a hole in it? Because, Mr. Speaker, the crime is not the same as it was in the 70s. It's not the same as it was in the 80s. When we look at these statistics, I know everybody in this room would have known that there was a time when it was baseball bats and machetes and then it was guns in this community. But Mr. Speaker, it's now reached a point where sometimes a gun crime happens and it doesn't even really get the full press anymore. We're not even talking about it in a level like it is something that is shocking, that it is impacting our community the way it is. Have we become numb? Have we reached that stage? Because if that's where we are, we can't be here. We can't be at that stage. It's going to take everybody here to remind everybody that that's not our community. That's not who we ever wanted to be and not who we should be. But Mr. Speaker, as we have moved into this new level of crime, we have to understand that on one hand, we will have to put in the services that help and rehabilitate and try our very best to give opportunities to our young people so that they have choices that don't lead to this path to nowhere. But at the same time, you're also going to have to make sure that you're enforcing it a way that is a deterrent to the behavior. Which means we're going to have to make sure that we are equipping our police force in a way that allows them to collect that intelligence. And if that means that we need to give them more resources, I'm looking forward to see how we are going to give them those resources, how we are going to give them that manpower.
Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to give a point of information?
No, thank you.
No? A point of order? A point of order? Yeah. We have made it clear a few times over the last couple of months that the police have been given more resources. As of September, we gave the police an extra $2 million, Mr. Speaker, right? We have 25 officers that just started, new officers, boots on the ground, in November, 25. And 25 officers will be starting in February. 25 more officers will be starting in February 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the point that I made was that we're in an emergency. And when the report came up, and I heard the minister say what he said, and I also heard the commissioner say what he said, and getting to that force in 2026, we're in 2024. That training is going to take time. And the problem is that as I am here speaking, the people that are committing these crimes, they don't spend their time listening to the House of Assembly. They're not paying attention to the fact that we're doing this report. They are thinking about the next person that they are going to hurt in our community. I'm supporting what is in this document. I am saying that it is going to take another level of support other than a document. And I'm advocating because it's going to, we all know how the budget works. The minister is going to have to ask for more. So it's going to take everybody in this room to advocate for that more to happen. Because at the same time, as we are locking up more of our young people, because of the crimes that they're getting caught in, they are ending up at Westgate, which means that you are going to have more services provided there.
Mr. Speaker, another point of order. With the alternative to incarceration and other ways of dealing with those that commit crimes, the numbers currently at Westgate are actually down.
Yes.
Down more so than ever. So what statistics is the honorable member speaking of?
So Mr. Speaker, we've had several shootings in the last year. We have multiple crimes that have gone unsolved. Once again, I understand the minister thinks that this is a critique on everything that he's done. I am saying we have to give more support. And I am actually giving him that support. I am saying that we know and the community knows that they need more. Remember, this is just a report. All the details are not in this report. It talks about some things in general terms. And once again, if at the top of the pyramid in leadership, we can't have a debate without someone else's opinion being knocked down immediately, just because they sit on another side of the aisle, then understand, how do we expect more from our young people? So, Mr. Speaker, as we go through this, the question will become, how are we going to pay for these things? Now, I'm asking it because some of the funding that the minister is referring to happened in a midterm budget, not in the original budget. It was an emergency back in January and February. This report didn't come up because it's just been 2024 that has been our issue. This report has come up because this is an issue, as pointed out, 2001, 2002, 3, 6, multiple murders. And as I was pointing out, this violence in our community is not just gangs. What's happened now is, because of that behavior, we have other people now carrying weapons. We can sit here and pretend that's not the case, but it is. I am fully aware. I read the document, fully aware. So, as we are moving forward, you have to have the details in here in order to make this happen. The minister said it himself, it's a living document. Yes, we will continue to move forward. But in here it talks about what we are going to, we need more mental health support. That means you're going to have to hire people. It will be great to know how many people are needed in order for us to have that support. We will advocate for that support to happen. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are cases where our young people are not getting assessed at an early age. No one's fault. It's just because a parent doesn't take their child for the assessment. So once again, this is where I'm saying it's community responsibility, it's individual responsibility. That's where the difference comes. So we can't just blame one group for it. We're all part of this. So now the assessment didn't happen. The child shows up in that classroom behind. And now that child is acting up in that classroom as a necessity to cover up what is a potential learning disability or trauma that has happened in their household. And now they are pointed out as they are a trouble. Now that young person is vulnerable to lead to a life of crime. That wasn't their original choice, their original destiny. And I believe that what the document is saying is we need to do everything we can to prevent that first step from happening by having support systems, by working with our community clubs, by working with our sports, by working with our schools. We're not in disagreement. What we are saying is that there is going to be some cost to that, and we have to make sure on both sides that we are in support of what it is going to take to get that support so that we can change the direction of our young people while making sure that the people that are already behaving in this way are dealt with the way they need to be dealt with. And I apologize right now, Mr. Speaker, but I'm standing here giving a speech about the fact that we have multiple people in our country dying and suffering and parents crying because they've lost their loved ones. And we have ministers in this house laughing while I'm talking. And I'm sorry, there is no possible way that that makes sense. Doesn't matter. The part that is out of order, Mr. Speaker.
A point of order, please. A point of order, please.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, we have to all be mindful, especially that member that's accusing this side of laughing at this very important discussion, right? We have to always be mindful that our country is listening to us. So when you speak to try to get your political points, be careful who's listening.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the intervention, Minister. I hope that it went in the ears of all members because everybody will intend to speak today, and that's a good guideline for all members who speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that we want to have a safer community. I've said it before that we have some parents that have had to make a choice to migrate out of our country in order to protect their sons. That's not a decision that happens lightly. The fact that we've reached a stage in our country that we have to have a report like this. And we've reached a state where people are having to move to another country. Because, let's be honest, we've had this conversation quietly with each other, that there are members of our community who can't leave a parish. Bermuda's a small place. I can't imagine not being able to leave one parish in a small community as what we have here. But, Mr. Speaker, we also have to know that there are some of the institutions in Bermuda that we need to do all that we can to now support so that they can help us through this process. Because there are agencies that are in the field working this way, and sometimes they have the ability to do things that can't happen when it comes under a government banner. And I believe that you see that within some of the documentation in this report where it talks about private sector working collaboratively in order for us to get there. But once again, there is potential that you are going to need to give some support to these agencies so that they can continue that work or increase that work. Once again, I'm here advocating for if that support is needed, we have to figure out how we can get those finances to these groups so that they can make those changes. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of things that I do want to point out. One of them is, on one hand, we got rid of the regiment because there were people that were specifically complaining about having to be in conscription to be in the regiment. But we forgot about the impact that it was having on some of our young people. Potentially the the discipline and the commitment and the structure that they weren't getting at home for the first time they were able to get in that institution. So once again, when that kind of adjustment happens, we don't know what impact it might have. There might have been a life saved by being able to get that discipline, to be able to interact with somebody that you might not have had a chance to interact with in any other way. And there are members within this chamber that can tell you stories about the change in their life that happened by going through a program like that. And the only reason I'm pointing that out, there are multiple areas where that can happen. It can happen within sports, it can happen within church groups, it can happen in multiple facets. We do have a lot of people in our community that are helping and working towards having our youth be successful. But Mr. Speaker, it's also important that we do things to make sure that the people that are standing up in front of our young people are trained the right way, are behaving the right way. Because the same way that I said, modeling as a parent, modeling as legislator, we also have to make sure that our coaches and people that are in those positions are actually modeling what we would like to see from our future in these young people. Because there are people standing up in front of our young people, cursing and shouting. It happens. We also have parents at games behaving that same way. That's the example. And then when that young person is a 10-year-old behaving that same way, we want to look at it and say it's their fault? Or was it we taught them to behave that way? And now that 10-year-old is an 18-year-old that doesn't have a way to deal with conflict because they've been in a household where they've watched arguments happening. And they've been on a football pitch and seen how that behavior happens. And sometimes we have to enforce the rules so that we are protecting the next generation because they see that there are rules that you need to follow. Because, Mr. Speaker, I will bring up a point that comes under another ministry that I deal with, which is sports. And we used to have a policy in place that said that in order to travel for a national team, you had to do drug testing. And that slipped away. And the problem with that is that, once again, you're eroding your levels, your standards. And the problem with doing that is you're saying, you know what, we're gonna move that away because potentially there are people that we want on these teams that are not willing to abide by the actual
Point of
rules.
order, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
As the national sporting coach, that member should know that we were required to change our internal drug policy because of the pressures from the national drug policy, the international drug policy, WADA made us change what we were doing here. That member should know that. It wasn't something that we initiated. It was something that was initiated by WADA.
Point taken.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm gonna say it again because it's pretty simple for every national sport governing body to enforce that, because it's your decision to be able to enforce that testing. The reason why it's important is because that level, once again, is the role model. That level is the group that the youngsters look up to. And what we have to stop doing is challenging every time somebody says that we should be raising our standards instead of lowering them. What I'm saying is, as a country, we need to start to challenge. We need to start to do the things that are going to help our community to be better than they are right now. And if you want to continue to be in a situation that we are right now, we are saying in this document, there are multiple things that could be helpful for our community, but it is going to mean that each and every one of us has to change our mindset. Stop fighting every time somebody says something. And everybody here has an opinion. And guess what? The difference is every time somebody says something and we behave that way without it, they will all have an opportunity to get up and challenge what I'm saying. But the issue is,
Member, please.
we have to do better. We have to expect more of each other in our community, in this House of Assembly. This document with all these murders in it and the violence that's happening in our community and the fact that the families are breaking down, everything in here is an indictment of every person in this community. We, together, are the ones that are going to have to fix this. So if everybody here continues to point fingers at each other and not realizing that they should look in the mirror and realize that they are going to have to be part of this change, there will not be progress. We support this, but we support this if everybody understands that it's going to take each and every one of us to make this happen and not just leaving this as a document on a shelf. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
thank you very much. The title of this motion is Be It Resolved that this Honorable House supports the report entitled The National Violence Reduction Strategy. What we heard just now is something I think we can agree with, and that is it's going to take all of us putting our best foot forward in order to do what needs to be done. But, Mr. Speaker, the same way we wish to get up and speak from a point of opinion, we also need to be willing to understand that their opinions, when not based on facts, can be challenged and will be challenged. And until we are honest with ourselves and we're able to look at ourselves and say, okay, you got me, I wasn't being factual, I'm just making political statements, then we'll be able to move.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
The honorable member is impugning improper motive, which is improper.
No, I'm just going to remind all members, we're still early in this debate, and I think Minister Weeks in his comments when he said that we all need to make sure we guide ourselves, and Minister, you need to be in your chair when I'm speaking, to guide yourselves accordingly, that there are the public listening to us, and we need to set a tone that doesn't entice antagonism and violence, but one that says that an atmosphere of cooperation is what we need to have practice here today, particularly on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be guided. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a policy document. It's a moral imperative, a call to action that asks us to address the root causes of violence to build a better Bermuda for our children, a better Bermuda for our families, and a better Bermuda for our future. Mr. Speaker, this strategy ties directly into the PLP's party vision of creating a fairer Bermuda where opportunities for prosperity, safety, and growth are available to everyone, not just a select few. Mr. Speaker, the stakes could not be any higher. And this is where I agree with the member who just sat down. Violence is not something that operates in a vacuum in Bermuda. It touches our schools. It touches our neighborhoods. It touches our economy. It threatens the very fabric of our society. Now, Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to what the member opposite said. And what, Mr. Speaker, what actually came to mind is when I look across the aisle, I see people who were not in this space in 2010. 2011, 2012. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because in 2012, a document was tabled in this very House, the 2011 Joint Select Committee on Violent Crime and Gun Violence, which stated the continued increase in gun violence and gang violence would be the death knell to our vulnerable economy. Mr. Speaker, I reach back to mention that report because it was tabled here in 2012 and it sat on a shelf after the general election of 2012. The funding that was put in place was shifted to other priorities of the then government. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that the impact of violence goes beyond statistics. It creates fear. It perpetuates inequality, and it leaves lasting scars on individuals and communities. But most tragically, Mr. Speaker, it robs our young people of the futures that they may have in front of them and doesn't allow them to reach their full potential. Now, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Education, I get to see violence every day in a different way. I see how it affects our students. I see when our children grow up in neighborhoods where gangs and drugs are pervasive, where safety is a luxury, where hope just feels out of touch. But Mr. Speaker, this affects their ability to focus, it affects their ability to learn, but most importantly, it affects their ability to dream and grow beyond their circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I was happy to see this document come because it supports some of the things that have been happening in education reform. When we look at, and we have working groups that are looking at how do we change the trajectory of our children within our school system? How do we get people to understand the very role that schools play in preventing violence that occurs in our community? Mr. Speaker, all of our data and all of our research shows that students need to feel, not hear, but feel that they are loved and they are cared for. They need to be in environments that are restorative and not punitive, that allows them to flourish. They need to learn social emotional regulation and social emotional skills, Mr. Speaker. They need to be taught how respectful relationships operate. Mr. Speaker, there needs to be strong ties between schools and the communities and the whole family. We need more after-school programs to give our children meaningful things to do when the school day stops. And it's through our reform working groups that we are working on these things, and we look forward to partnering with the Ministry of National Security and working on the National Violence Reduction Strategy within education to see how we can provide a better opportunities for our children. Mr. Speaker, it's no coincidence that the National Violence Reduction Strategy places significant emphasis on prevention and early intervention. This strategy outlines mentorship programs to guide at-risk youth, community-based support to give alternatives to the gang life, conflict resolution training as part of our school curriculum. These are not just recommendations, these are lifelines for our children. These are things our children sorely need, and if we fail to provide the support, again, something I do agree with member opposite, and that includes not just financial support, but the support of all of us linking arm in arm and moving forward, we will continue to lose our Bermudians to cycles of violence. History gives us sobering reminders, Mr. Speaker, of what happens when systematic issues are ignored. And this is where I reach back to persons like the member from constituency number 6, because he'll remember this, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the Wooden Report of 1969, it highlights deep divisions in our society. A warning that a single community providing common opportunities for all is essential for Bermuda's future. A decade later, the Clark Report of 1978 underscores the seething unrest caused by economic inequality and racial tensions. But, Mr. Speaker, despite these warnings that come some 55 years ago, we still are sitting here facing the same crisis that we were warned about. We'll often hear about the so-called political pundits that want to speak ill of the Progressive Labor Party's 20 years of government while ignoring all of the things that didn't happen during the past 55 years. They will consistently fail to recognize in 35 years of UBP and OBA governments, we have still not provided those opportunities for our citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, this reduction strategy acknowledges that today's violence is not an isolated problem, but is a result of long-standing structural issues such as poverty, lack of opportunity, and economic and social isolation. And these are issues no single government department can solve. While the Ministry of National Security has brought this forward, this is a collective effort of every single minister and their ministries that you see standing here today. What sets this strategy apart is its holistic approach, Mr. Speaker. It's not about quick fixes, as some would think we need, and it's not about being punitive. It is about moving forward with a strategy that integrates prevention, focusing on education, intervention, addressing immediate crises, rehabilitation, providing pathways for those who want to leave this cycle of violence. This Honorable House should be particularly encouraged that this strategy emphasizes collaboration, and I look forward to members opposite standing up and speaking about this collaboration in a collaborative way. Thank you, MP Fogo. This strategy calls for collaboration and partnerships across government, across law enforcement, across our society, and the private sector. We're all in this together, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be just one of us alone. This strategy recognizes that this is just not a law enforcement exercise, but a societal challenge that requires societal responses. Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Let me be clear, and again, agreeing with my member opposite, the cost of not implementing this strategy is far more dire than the costs, and when I say that, I do mean dollar bills, that it's going to take to do this. If we fail to act, we will have another generation of gang culture. We will further erode the public's trust in our institutions, and we will continue to damage our economy as violence drives away investment and tourism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Toomey Report of 1992 warned that over-confinement acts as a school of crime. This is highlighting the futile attempts of just being punitive as a means of driving violence out of our society. It requires a therapeutic approach, and Bermuda cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. This is not just about reducing violence, it's about creating a Bermuda where every child has the opportunity to thrive, Mr. Speaker. I ask everyone in these chambers to close their eyes. I ask everyone who's listening to close their eyes, clear their thoughts, and imagine a Bermuda of schools that are sanctuaries of learning and growth, free from the shadow of violence. Imagine our communities that are united, providing support and membership for those in need. Imagine our young people seeing pathways to success and not dead ends marked by poverty and crime. Mr. Speaker, this is a Bermuda we can have if we dare to have the courage to embrace fully this strategy. This is not a time for division. This is a time that calls upon all of us across party lines, across economic sectors, and across our communities to simply come together. This is a national effort that requires sacrifices, and it requires the work that is needed, because the rewards, Mr. Speaker, are immeasurable if we are able to pull this off. Mr. Speaker, I urge this honorable House to support this motion wholeheartedly, not with words, but with action. Let us fully commit to embracing the initiatives outlined today by the Honorable Minister Weeks. Let us ensure accountability and transparency. Let us remember that every decision we make in this House impacts us all and the community we leave, a real community of families, of students, and of future generations. Mr. Speaker, violence is not inevitable. It is the result of choices. It is the result of choices made by individuals, and it is a result of choices made by our society. Today, we have an opportunity to make a different choice. We have an opportunity to go a different path. We have an opportunity to choose hope over fear, unity over division, and action over apathy. Mr. Speaker, let us stand and proudly and loudly proclaim that we wholeheartedly support the National Violence Reduction Strategy, and in so, we all agree that we will do our part to build a Bermuda that is safer, a Bermuda that is fairer, and a Bermuda that is full of opportunity for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. MP King, would you like to make a contribution at this time?
I would, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the House and the listening public. Absolutely. We agree with the vision of having a crime-free Bermuda where families can raise their young without fear of their children dying before the age of 21. Absolutely, we're in agreement with that. What we are also hopeful for in the strategy, as you've mentioned, as the honorable members have mentioned, is that it is a holistic approach and that it will address all areas of needs of the individuals who are at risk of criminal lifestyle in general, and in particular, lifestyle that involves hurting other people, male, females, children, and otherwise. So in terms of the National Violence Reduction Strategy, I am hopeful that this strategy is a national strategy on crime in general and has different strata and different approaches and means of addressing the overall problem of antisocial behavior, criminality in particular, violence and chronic recidivism, etc. The thing that concerns me is we're in agreement with the vision and the mission and what is being expressed. The issue is, how do we achieve these things? It's going to require collaboration and coordination amongst ministries and departments. Historically, this has been a problem. I know from my own experience working in my former profession, the Department of Court Services, although we had MOUs between departments and ministries, we tended to operate in silos. Each department and ministry, with good intention, trying to do the best of the abilities with the resources that they had, found it extremely difficult because of the mechanisms and the operational procedures and policies and the people in decision-making roles found it very difficult to work as a collaborative and cohesive unit for the achievement of the stated aims which we all agree on. So first and foremost, we've also got to recognize that when we're looking at the responsibility for the persons who are in the criminal justice system, these are the same persons who are receiving financial assistance. These are the same people who are receiving housing assistance. These are the same people who are seeing persons get arrested, going to the courts, etc. So fundamentally, it's the persons who are receiving government services who we're talking about in terms of generational criminality, dependence on the system, etc.
Let him go.
These are the persons. From my experience, having worked at the Department of Court Services, having worked in corrections as well, I know that Minister Hayward and I had a conversation years ago, approximately about 10 years ago, when I was talking, putting forth a proposal, Success Through Academic and Vocational Education, and I gave the honorable member a copy of that. and it spoke to many of the initiatives that are being talked about today in terms of helping persons exit the system. I'm not suggesting for a moment that everybody who's receiving government services is a criminal or commits these offenses. What I am saying is that a disproportionate number of persons who are receiving government services are affected by violence, and this strategy is speaking to what their experience is. With that in mind, I think that there's an opportunity for us to be innovative in terms of how we would use increased penalty zones, not just looking at an increased penalty zone for a workman's club or a school or a church, but also government housing, perhaps, where we know that these are areas where persons are more likely to experience criminal behavior, drugs, antisocial behavior, etc. When we are providing services to the community, those need to be places of sanctuary and safety because we are providing those services. Those should be places where we do not see the police going there on a regular basis arresting people. Those are places that should be pristine because these are services provided, housing, etc., for the people who need it most. We need to take care of them, and I believe that if we have this collaborative approach, this holistic approach, putting protections in place for those communities, it will make a difference. I also know that sentencing needs to meet the needs of the community. I see my face, not yours. So the point is, we have to be mindful of sentencing. You'll have your turn again. We have to be mindful of the fact that we are the government, all of us on this side and the current administration. We accept that. We have to be mindful of the fact prevention, intervention, reintegration, and suppression is the fourth part, and that's what we're talking about in terms of sentencing.
Members, don't drown out the speaker.
Suppression speaks to the fact that the behavior needs to be discouraged. It needs to be addressed. Community policing, having an extra number of officers, absolutely. We've already established that, and there's $2 million in the coffers to make sure that happens. Community policing, school resource officers. The other thing in terms of education, the thing that we ought not to do is expel and suspend kids instead of keeping them in school.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
There is only one person that can expel a student from school, and that is the minister. And this minister has not expelled a student in the 7 years that I've been the Minister of Education. So that member can withdraw that contract, that statement about expelling students, period.
I was trying to let the development go because I think the point was that these are things we shouldn't be doing. I didn't think he said these are things we've done.
That is correct,
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker.
I was letting the developer argument. before
I was
said
not.
anything.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification.
But letting the developer. He
Mr.
didn't
Speaker?
say that students have been expelled. I was letting the developer the argument. I was just trying to see where he was going. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, what I was speaking to is historically these things have been done. I'm not suggesting that the current Minister of Education has done these things. What we do know is that it is still on the books, and that is a recourse. What I'm suggesting is that if we are talking about ensuring that children
Members,
who are
members,
in...
no, no,
Mr.
no, no,
Speaker,
no,
I'm
no,
on
no,
my
no,
Mr.
feet.
Speaker.
Wait. Everybody take the seat. Everybody take the seat. Everybody take the seat. We are early in this debate. Minister Weeks, what was your comments earlier about everybody keeping proper decorum for this debate? Because you really want this debate to take place, don't you? Well, speak to all your members again on both sides of this house, because us in this chamber, plus the people out there listening to us, are concerned about the violence in this community. And they want to have an open debate without the violence taking place in here. It's not just you physically hitting somebody. Your words and your verbal approach and attitude is also violence. They do not want that here today in this particular debate. We can have an open debate, and everybody has the right to express what they want to say. Let the debate flow, and we won't put out this turn that we can't even control ourselves. And we're telling the young people out there to control themselves against violence. How can we give that message to them verbally, but not conduct ourselves in the same manner in this place? Everybody has the right to speak. If they gets out of order, I'll call them to order. But we don't have to have this back and forth across the floor in turns of comments that are going to incite a violent response. We aren't throwing sticks and stones, but words can hurt just as much. Control yourselves, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irony is that in those statements I was making about expulsion and suspension, that actually came from a child who was at a young person's leadership conference that was held over at Liberty Theater. And what was happening is that they were being canvassed by others who were in the cohort and members who were in attendance, and they were being asked questions about their experience in school, what would they expect from their educators and those who are in positions of authority to help them in their growth and development. What they said was the rules need to make sense. If a person is having problems with behavior, that needs to be dealt with in the school and not having them enjoy a few days off. The learning needs to be taking place in the school where we're learning the subjects, how to properly socially interact and work through conflict. That came from a child. That didn't come from me. So the point I'm making is, when we have a vision, it needs to be resourced. There needs to be clear guidelines. There need to be clear performance measures. I know from having worked in the civil service many years that we have performance appraisals. I can tell you that performance, although it is logged or recorded, does not accurately reflect the actual performance of somebody, from my experience. There are persons who were underperforming, in my experience, my area, who ought not to have received the grades that they did and not. So if we're going to have performance measures and there's going to be accountability, there needs to be a robust and comprehensive review of the policies and procedures, how we're going to operate to ensure that we achieve our aims. It needs to have substance. There need to be MOUs. There needs to be proper oversight to make sure that the vision and mission as expressed, and we're all in agreement, it is a good thing that it achieves its aims. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? Minister Furbert?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we are here to debate the motion of a national violence reduction strategy. Mr. Speaker, I want to share that there are very few brave people out there. And while we say, this is a community effort, which it is, definitely is, I want us to examine what happens when we may see someone in distress on the roadside. Maybe it be a bike accident or you see a fight. There are a few people, Mr. Speaker, who stop to try to intervene and to stop and break it up or to stop and help. But there are many people, Mr. Speaker, there are more people, Mr. Speaker, who will drive by and who may even pull out their camera and take a video of it. Because that is the society and the community that we're now living in, where we opt to take a visual image or a visual photo or video instead of wanting to step in and actually help the situation. I did not say this is all people, because there are some good Samaritans out there that do step in and help. But we need more people who are willing to be brave and to step in and help. When I think of this national violence reduction strategy, I'm standing here to say that I support it because it is definitely something that is needed for our community, because we are grappling with violence. and violence and serious violence situations hit us at the core as a community. There have been some incidents, particularly this year, that have rocked and shaken us, Mr. Speaker. But I want to go back and start with what makes us feel safe. And I want to start because as a mother, I have children, and we all have children. Many of us have children in this room. And I'm sure we pray about, just making sure that our children are safe. We want our children to be safe. But safety starts from when a child is in utero, It starts when a baby is crying and you can pick up that child to console it, to make them feel as though they are safe and secure. It starts when a child falls, has an accident and falls, and you can pick them up to let them know that everything is okay. It starts when you show up and you show out to your children's events to show that you are supportive of them, and should anything happen to them while they are in your presence, that you will stand up for them. It starts when we make decisions for our children to protect them from people who may cause them harm, particularly sexual predators, but anyone who may cause harm to them, Mr. Speaker. It starts when we believe in our children and we trust in our children, but we also educate them and show them the right ways. This discussion I don't want to just focus this discussion on just our youth, even though it is very relevant and significant for our youth population. But it also takes into consideration not only our youth, but adults, as well as our seniors, because our seniors also experience serious violence episodes. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight that while we're discussing serious violent crimes within this national violence reduction strategy, we must not discount those crimes that may be less serious, because these are crimes that can also lead to more serious crimes, Mr. Speaker. The Eastern MPs have the opportunity to meet with the Eastern Bermuda Police Service. And during these meetings, we have the opportunity to discuss those crimes that are more significant, particularly throughout our constituencies. And those ones that come up high are those such as break-ins, bicycle theft, grievously body harm. And while those may be less significant crimes, they still harm our community, and they make our community and our residents feel unsafe, Mr. Speaker. But these are also crimes that can lead to more serious crimes, which is why I think this national violence reduction strategy is important, because it also lists the importance of our neighborhood watches. And I don't know how many MPs are aware of all of the neighborhood watches that they have in their constituency, but that is also something that we can do as members of parliament in making sure that our area neighborhoods, particularly those ones that may be, have more incidents of crime, make sure that we support them and we encourage neighborhood watches. Some people may want to steer away from it because maybe it's, a pokey neighbor. But these sorts of neighborhood watches that we have right now are very helpful if anyone has experienced being part of a neighborhood watch. But neighborhood watches are also included in this national violence reduction strategy. I want to take some time to also share some facts about crime, not just in Bermuda, but in the Caribbean overall. The Caribbean ranks in global reports among the countries having the highest homicide rates. And over half of those homicide rates are in the category of domestic violence. Violent crimes have been increasing, particularly throughout the Caribbean. And this is accompanied by a decrease in both case clear-up and conviction rates, Mr. Speaker. The Caribbean is reported to have the largest percentage of, I'm segueing into what the Caribbean's global average of rapes is, which is 15 rapes per 100,000 persons. Bahamas had an average of 133, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 112, Jamaica 51, Dominican 34, Barbados 25, Trinidad and Tobago 18, and I don't have the number for Bermuda, but I'm sure Bermuda would be on the lower range as reported. But this just, if we were to even do a cross-reference in regards to our crime numbers across the Caribbean, Bermuda's crime numbers would probably be much lower. And I want to share that because Bermuda is still known to be a very safe place to live, Mr. Speaker. Violence across our island is caused by many reasons, and it's indicated particularly on, as it's outlined on page 7, may be due to race, someone experiencing neglect or abuse, someone experiencing poverty, drug abuse or substance abuse, even drug sales, not having access to the right education, family breakdown, peer pressure, exposure to violence in general, hate, mental health. These are all issues that are the root causes of a violent community and society, or what can lead to someone being violent or experience a violent situation. If we don't have a strategy, Mr. Speaker, then we will have more incidents of violence behaviors. Our young people, Mr. Speaker, if you ask them what the number one concern would be for them, they would say antisocial behavior, and they would also say safety. Currently, the Ministry of Youth, Social Development and Seniors, in conjunction with the Office of Youth Affairs, are going out to our young people to speak about the National Youth Policy. And one of the goals in the National Youth Policy, which is goal number 3, which is to minimize antisocial behavior. It's interesting because these are what our young people are saying. They're saying that they want to feel safe and they want to minimize antisocial behavior. They actually posed some questions to me, which I'm going to share with this Honorable House. And the questions are, can there be better lighting on the roads so that young people feel safe when walking? What are the appropriate agencies available to protect youth from antisocial behaviors? What is currently being done to ensure the safety of our youth? And rightly, these are questions that our youth have, and the answers are out there as it relates to these questions. This government, Mr. Speaker, has invested millions of dollars in cameras, police, Security, Mr. Speaker, security in our schools. With the National Youth Policy, Mr. Speaker, with goal number 3 in minimizing antisocial behavior, the National Youth Policy gives a progress report every year. And what they've reported that we've done within the year of 2023, that grants were provided in 2022-23 budget to organizations that assist youth in overcoming the involvement in antisocial activities, that funds are sought to expand programs in school to combat antisocial behavior, that the community centers, including our programs such as Free Up Fridays and the Boys and Girls programs, offer sessions on combating antisocial behaviors amongst our young people. And they also acknowledge the Ministry of National Security hosting a 2-day workshop on community violence in September of 2022 with the public and private organizations to establish this very thing that we're talking about, the National Violence Reduction Strategy. The National Youth Policy has a working group, and they are continuously working on how they're going to address minimizing antisocial behaviors amongst young people through prevention, intervention, and reintegration programs. But I do want to talk about the MIRRORS program, Mr. Speaker, because the MIRRORS program had been put in place to assist this very issue of antisocial behavior. And the MIRRORS program have touched many, many, many people and many children. They've served over 4,000 youth. They've also served over 4,000 parents, Mr. Speaker. They've had 27 cohorts and 652 students over the past 10 years participating. And the percentage of young people that have not reoffended in the last 2 years who have gone through the MIRRORS program is 98%, Mr. Speaker. And over the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, 72%. And so I share that so that we have a better idea in regards to what programs like the MIRRORS program is having an effect on our community. Because while we can speak about the crimes or the violent activity that happens now, imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have any of these programs in place, what this picture would look like for us. I also want to take the time to acknowledge the third sector, because there are many nonprofits that are also, and church programs that are doing the work to assist with violence in Bermuda. And so I want to take this time to acknowledge them. Again, this is not just about a government strategy. It is about a whole person, system, community approach. This report also allows us to examine and share the work that we are doing already. The work that this strategy supports, Mr. Speaker. In the Children's Act, there is a mandate for a National Child Safeguarding Committee. And currently, the committee's work is to identify and review existing programs for at-risk youth. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to share what programs we currently do have, because again, this strategy is a work in progress. It will be continuous. But by the number of programs and services that address all of those root causes that I spoke about earlier, that progress us to violent situations, The Department of Corrections and Child Service Provision have 3 programs. The Department of Court Services have 4. The Department of Youth, Sport, and Recreation have 5 programs and services. Child and Adolescent Services, 5. The Ministry of National Security, 7. The Department of Child and Family Services, 13. The Department of Health, 16 programs and services. The Department of Education, 28, which gives us, Mr. Speaker, a total of 81 programs and services that we as a government provide for our young people when dealing with those root causes that would lead to violent behaviors. What Bermuda has, Mr. Speaker, we have something that many jurisdictions don't. And because of our size, that we have the ability to have something beautiful. And something beautiful in our social cohesion. What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? What does social cohesion mean? It means the extent of our connectedness. You know, we talk about families in here. If you don't know somebody's aunt, cousin, uncle, friend, and how many times do you get that question as a Bermudian? Oh, how many people live in Bermuda? Oh, well, you must know everybody. But we don't know everyone. We don't intimately know everyone. But we do have the ability to have great social cohesion because of our size and the number of people that we have in Bermuda and the families that are interconnected. Social cohesion is also important, particularly amongst our groups, in which we can show solidarity in the vision and the mission that we want for our country. The National Violence Reduction Strategy very clearly sets out what that vision and mission is for us in our community. And what is most important, and what seems to hurt people the most, is when there is not a sense of belonging, Mr. Speaker. A sense of belonging is important for a community. And the relationships amongst our people is also important, Mr. Speaker, for social cohesion. It's a vision of a community that lives well together. And I can say for the most part, Mr. Speaker, we are a community that lives well together, that is diverse in democracy, and we can live peacefully to navigate disagreements. Social cohesion, Mr. Speaker, fights exclusion and promotes inclusion. It fights marginalization and it reduces disparities in wealth and income. It builds shared values and communities of interpretation. Mr. Speaker, we talked about how important it is for the National Violence Reduction Strategy to be worked amongst different ministries so that we are gelling together and we're sharing information and we're sharing outcomes. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what this National Reduction Strategy does is it helps for us to build social cohesion. And social cohesion is a process that is to be continued, as opposed to what the outcomes will be. Even though we want to know the outcomes and we want positive results in outcomes, it is still a document. The National Violence Reduction Strategy is a document of progress and process, which is to be continued. And so I stand to my feet, Mr. Speaker, to say that this government is committed to make sure that our citizens are safe and that we are working towards a reduction in violence. Because that is the ultimate outcome. And we've already shared that Bermuda has a reduction in violence. The minister, I think, shared the numbers already, Mr. Speaker. And so we must continue the work. We must continue to work this strategy so that we can continue to reduce the numbers of violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member? MP Pearman?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been some long and very powerful speeches before me, and I agree with almost everything that's been said in this chamber about this very, very sad issue on our island. And therefore, I just wish to add three sort of overarching points in relation to this report. Firstly, I would like to thank the minister for bringing this motion to the floor of this honorable House and for tabling this report. And I whereas I probably was part of the target of the Speaker's admonishment earlier, I'm glad you gave it, Mr. Speaker, because this is a difficult issue, and it's one that cries out for collaboration and bipartisanship. If I may, Mr. Speaker, just refer to page 1, or page 2 rather, of the report about the strategy, and quote, "This strategy recognizes the importance of identifying the root causes, promotes educational awareness, and strengthens institutions and individuals. It emphasizes the need to protect the most vulnerable and to ensure that perpetrators of violence are held to account." I don't think that there is anyone in this chamber who should or would disagree with that statement. And if I am right that none of us in this chamber could or would disagree with that statement, then I hope the adverse is also true, that we can agree with it and we can work towards it as a goal that all of us together must solve. Again, by reference to the report, Mr. Speaker, at page 7, I'd just like to quote this: "Addressing the root causes of violence is complex and time-consuming." Yes, it is. It is not an easy issue, and it is certainly not an issue that benefits by finger-pointing or blame. There is no place for politics in respect of this issue. The report quoted from the former head of the Family Center, Martha Dismont, sadly no longer with us. I had the pleasure and privilege of sitting on that board for over a decade, and indeed, it was somewhere where I first met the minister before I was in this honorable House and before the minister was the minister. And we shared conversations many years ago, over 15 years ago, I think now, somewhere in there, about how this issue, which was such a concern then, could be better addressed. And sadly, and without pointing blame any which way, it is worse now. And I heard the previous speaker. I agree that we like to think of our island as a safe island, but when we see the statistic of 107 murders since 2006, it is hard to cling to that fundamental belief that we as Bermudians still hold. It's, 107 murders in 28 years. One of the things that I learned while sitting with Mr. Weeks Minister Weeks rather on the board of the Family Center, although we didn't overlap at the time, was that one of the root causes, and I don't say it is only the root cause, but one of the root causes is unaddressed generational trauma. And I commend my colleague, MP Ben Smith, for his speech earlier, because I think that was really what he was trying to get to that heart there of the issue. We have unaddressed generational trauma. And we must address that as part of a solution. I think my colleague, MP Robert King, who incidentally, before he joined this House, has lived and breathed this very issue for 25 years, talked about the need for a holistic approach. We agree. I agree, certainly. Collaboration, yes, I agree. And so my first really point is this isn't easy, and we mustn't pretend it is. But if we hope to solve it, there must be a sense of working together and to put partisanship and politics aside. My second of 3 points, Mr. Speaker, is that when you try to solve any problem, policy does matter. And there is scope for disagreement, reasonable disagreement, between reasonable Bermudians about how best to solve a problem. And policy matters not because it's some esoteric philosophical concept, but because policy is really what we end up doing. And on this issue, as much as any, if not more so, what we decide to do matters. I respectfully want to pick out 2 quotes from an earlier speaker. And I don't do so to be political. I just do so to pick those 2 quotes out. One I agree with and one I do not. The one I agree with is this, Mr. Speaker. Violence is the result of choices. In my opinion, violence is the result of choices. Yes, we have generational trauma that's been unaddressed. Yes, there are lots of explanations as to why people behave the way they do. But to pull that trigger involves a personal choice. And so I very much agree with someone from the other side who said that violence is the result of choices. That same speaker said, quote, "We've had enough of futile attempts of being punitive." Futile attempts of being punitive. Again, and with respect, I disagree. The punitive aspect of dealing with anti-gang and violence reduction is part of the solution. It's not the only part. It's not even necessarily the most important part. But to say, as is sometimes said, that we can't police our way out of this issue is respectfully, in my opinion, wrong. We must police our way out of this issue together with collaboration, together with holistic approach, together with addressing the unaddressed trauma of generations. And so when I hear we can't police our way out of this issue, that saddens me, because the police are on the front line and they need our support, and they need all of our support. Now, this report rightly, in my opinion, rightly recognizes that we must, quote, strengthen our institutions. And I very much agree with that. And equally, this report does focus on the issues that it identifies. And I take you, Mr. Speaker, if I may, to page 8 first, where it sets out a list of issues. Family breakdown, exposure to violence, substance abuse, mental health issues, peer pressure, lack of educational and employment opportunities. If anyone on this island thinks that those all are not factors to the problem we are facing, please come talk to me, because I would like to seek to persuade you that you are wrong. But likewise, again, by reference to the report, we hear what this minister proposes, and I agree. But let me take you there. Page 11, goal 5, strengthen enforcement measures. Mr. Speaker and Honorable Minister, that goal is a fundamental aspect of any successful strategy that we together hope to deploy. And we mustn't overlook that goal because of preconceived or historic problems where the police were the bad guys. We need the police to be the good guys, and they need our support, and they need to be well-resourced and well-funded. And I'm not saying that to suggest that efforts aren't being made. And I would like to repeat what the minister told this honorable House earlier in response to one of the speakers. He said, we have increased spending for the police by $2 million. I absolutely support that. That is good. My question for all of us is more needed. Likewise, the honorable minister has just informed this honorable House that we will see 25 more police officers. I think you said November, or we have seen 25 more in November, and I believe you said we'll see 25 more in February. Again, great, but are more needed? We must ask ourselves that. I don't have the precise numbers, and the minister may have the precise numbers. He may have them in his fingertips. He may have to find them. But my understanding from conversations with the police force, the police service, is that we are way down. And we must fix that, because we cannot allow people to be on the front line of this issue if they are not well resourced. Again, I'm not saying that the police service is the only aspect of the solution, but they must be part of it, and we must support them collectively. Mr. Speaker, the third point and final point that I wish to make is really about the obligations not only on those of us in this chamber, not only of those of us in the support industries, not only those in the government sector, and not only those in the ministry, but this comment I make to all Bermudians, black and white, rich and poor, those who see this problem and those who ignore it. It will take all of us deciding that we are going to get rid of this issue. This issue is solvable. It is solvable. I do not accept that on an island of 60,000 people, we need to have 107 murders over 28 years. I believe that can be changed if we together work to change it. And so I ask this of each and every one who might be listening beyond this room, the ordinary citizens of Bermuda. We must recognize that this is all of our problem. And until we do so, it will not be solved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Pearman. Does any other member wish to make a, Minister Hayward?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
One sec, Minister. Deputy? Was this Deputy Chairman? Thank you. Yeah, Minister.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and certainly thank you for allowing me to provide an intervention into today's debate around the National Violence Reduction Strategy. And I think it is appropriately titled, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Violence Reduction Strategy, because that is the aim, to continue to reduce the level of violence that exists within our society. And I think that the mission and the visions associated with this strategy are on point. The vision for Bermuda is a safe, empowered community where violence is reduced to its minimum. Through collaboration and innovation, we aim for trust, opportunity, and justice for all. Together, we envision a future where understanding and connection replace violence, fostering a brighter, safer tomorrow. We can all agree with the vision statement. The mission statement: to implement strategies that will reduce violence in Bermuda, particularly gang violence, in collaboration with various agencies, with emphasis on prevention, intervention, and integration. That is the mission. The submissions that have been given thus far let us know, or have highlighted, that this is all of our, as a collective, this is our collective issue, and that we need a holistic collective response. The report sets that out clearly. What I would have thought would have came from members, and they still have further opportunity to weigh in on this debate, is where they believe that there are gaps in the areas outlined in this report that the minister can take back to his team and say, hey, everybody generally agrees with the principles set out in the report, but here are some gaps which are highlighted and considered which we can take on board. That to me is fostering collaboration more than regurgitating what the report already sets out as what is required. The other thing that I want to make the public and members of this honorable house mindful of is the way in which they characterize current Bermuda. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's fundamentally important that we don't create a narrative that simply does not exist. So when we look at crime statistics across the board are done where there were and have decreased substantially since 2000. We need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge that progress has been made over the last 24 years. We need to acknowledge that crimes against persons in 2000 were That's a significant reduction. Crimes against the community, where they were just under 4,500, are now just over 1,500. That is a significant reduction. The number of individuals in our prison system are down. And it's not simply due to our inability to prosecute or hold individuals accountable. They're done because crime is done within our community. That is a fact. Murder and serious assaults remain a relative small portion of our overall crime statistics. And I think that we have to put that in perspective. The Honorable Minister said that Bermuda is one of the safest places in the world. And that is absolutely correct. We remain one of the safest places in the world. But do we have to acknowledge that while progress has been made, more progress needs to be made? I think yes, and that is what this report effectively sets out. We've made progress, notwithstanding that we're not satisfied with the progress, the total progress that we've made, and we will commit to making more progress. And it's going to take a collective effort. And so today, I seek to provide a specific insight as it pertains to the Ministry of Economy and Labor and the role that we're playing in conjunction with this strategy. Because what I do recognize is that when persons feel as though they're locked out of the world of work, they can, or it can be a driving force to them getting involved in alternative lifestyles and precarious ways and informal ways of employment. And associated with those informal ways of employment then becomes lifestyles which may lead to greater levels of gang violence and other crimes. And so as much as possible, we want to ensure that our young people are on pathways to success and employment in this particular aspect as early as possible. And I think this is one of the primary emphasis to the way in which we reform our education system. One of the aims of creating signature schools is about building competencies within our young people that puts them on career paths at a much earlier age, so we don't have gap periods where persons are trying to identify what they're going to do or feel as though they're locked out of the world of work with limited resources. And so we recognize within the Ministry of Economy and Labor that youth unemployment in particular was high at the end of the pandemic. And as a result, what we did was develop a youth employment strategy. And at that time when we developed that strategy and I brought it to this house, again, we were criticized to say it was just another strategy. But from the time we've implemented this strategy, youth unemployment is substantially down. Where it was over 33%, we are now roughly around 15%, and we'll continue to focus on that demographic of our population. This strategy contained 9 goals. The goals were to increase local training opportunities and promote pathways to securing employment, expand career support services for young people from high school through to early employment, support and promote science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, expand apprenticeship and internship opportunities, improve public access to relevant labor market information and career opportunities, support and promote youth entrepreneurship, promote and support vulnerable youth, revise policies to improve social protections for young people and facilitate the repatriation of young people. The Ministry of Economy and Labor is taking active steps on each and every one of those goals. So we're not just here to say we all need to play our part and work together. We're here to say we are taking tangible, active steps. We are playing our part. And I think this is what the community needs to hear. Not just a song cry for us to rally together, that currently and for decades now, persons have been playing their part in this community. We can quote Martha Dismont because Martha Dismont actively played her part. And that's what we need. Highlight examples and let's celebrate where people have actively played their part. Rather than just continue to talk about there's a lack of resources here, what we need to do, what have you been doing? And we have sports coaches. We have community leaders that sit within this house who are part of organizations, sporting clubs, members clubs, who have been paying their part on an ongoing basis. Mr. Speaker, I was telling somebody a story of one of the players on my under 15 team that I used to coach. And as I was telling these kids to do their warm up, this young man is running around the field with a bandana around his neck. A specific color bandana. Based off of where I resided and I know he resided, I knew what that bandana meant. And I had a conversation with him. And I said, this is a community club down here. We're all on the same team. You need not represent nothing except for the jersey that you're wearing. And I used to have tough conversations with that individual. But it's that intervention that's needed, that everybody is not against you. That some of us are actually on your side. And I want to see you grow and develop into a productive young man. Well, Mr. Speaker, that young man, I hadn't had any interaction with him. He went on, he did go to school, he did come back, and I won't single out his career because I don't want to single out the young man. But he didn't thank me for the intervention I played in his life. And I didn't do it because I wanted to be a hero. That was just my way of giving back to the young boys in our community coaching youth football. I stepped away from youth football when I earnestly joined politics. It's just the stretch of my time I didn't have, but that's kind of where my passion lies. And it just goes to say we can do little things to assist our young people on getting to pathways. There are ways in which we can be role models in society that doesn't need all these resources and funding and a epic police strategy. I think I was more effective in changing the trajectory of that young man's life than some type of punitive action if he got caught doing a crime from the police. And so I'm simply saying I'm not discounting the police. They do have a role to play. But when we start to talk about it, each and every one, it extends and transcends just us as being government members and working across the aisle. It means Where we have influence within our communities, how do we expand that influence? Based off of that, you know, canvassing, I met another family, and the mother simply didn't have any resources to provide any extracurricular for her son. And I told him, you know what? Send him to go play football, and I'll sponsor it. And I'm sponsoring this young man ever since. The mother has since which thanked me, and she's seen a change in attitude in her son by him being involved in youth football. This is not, the story is not about the support I've provided. The story is how our community clubs can also assist with changing lives by doing little things outside of some type of formal structure. How we create a village around persons can also help with aiding the problem that we actually face. And I think that's why the minister brought so much diverse groups together in one room to formulate this strategy, because this strategy transcends governmental responsibility. We can't legislate our way through this problem. It has to be engagement with those individuals. And then once persons do find themselves in a situation where they're involved in this activity, how do we, yes, hold them accountable for their actions, but assist them with rehabilitation? And we know what happens with the cycle of gang violence in Bermuda, or people that associate with it. People mature out of gang violence in Bermuda. We don't have a group of 40-year-old gangsters. That is not, it's simply not there. Persons transition into employment, but find themselves transitioning a little bit late and needing additional workforce services. And that's why apprenticeships are important and things of that nature, so that we can assist people with their transition back within the world of work, assist people with developing a resume. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Workforce Development has been running a number of programs primarily designed to support our young persons. We fostered greater levels of partnership with local industry, and local industry has an appetite to support our young people as well. Most employers that I do talk to, they talk about summer internships and the importance of ensuring that they reach out to the young people and provide them with opportunities so that they can get on pathways to pathways to success. How we invest in critical training programs, we continue to do so. And we now just not only run summer internships and summer employment programs, but we provide a suite of wraparound services with those particular programs, whether it be interviewing skills, making sure that they have appropriate headshot, talking about workplace etiquette, what's the expectation in the workplace, resume writing. All of that have people going on mock interviews, because it's not just about providing them with a skill, it's also providing them with a holistic group of services that's required so that that person not only gets in the workplace but remains productive and functional when they get into the world of work. I think something MP Ben said that I can agree with is in terms of the regiment and that being somebody's first structured environment. Well, some people don't even go to the regiment, and their first structured environment may be somebody else's place of employment where they're an employee. And you're asking an employer to have a greater level of patience with a young person who may come in. The expectation need not be fully on the employer. We need to ensure that we prepare that employee so when it gets in the world of work, they can simply execute the duties that they've been hired to execute on. And so we recognize that there are gaps, and we have to fill those gaps as best as we possibly can. And that is a lot of the work that we've been doing in workforce development. You would know that we're running a number of programs, but more importantly, increasing our summer internship and summer employment programs. We've increased that by significantly the amount of students in those programs, because we know at that age of 16 to 18, what having idle people other young persons that's not making money over the summer can possibly lead to. And sometimes it leads to when you say just you're doing a pack, but then the pack then begins to stack and bundle, and it goes from you're out there doing a pack to now you're heavily involved in some type of behavior, or you're involved in a lifestyle. But part of that early signs was that summer when you was outside doing nothing and you had nothing to do, so you preoccupied your time with your friends doing a pack. And I think, and I know it's about parliamentary language, but that's just common language we use in our households and in our neighborhoods in terms of doing a pack. It refers to you're not doing criminal behavior yet, but you're tinkering around doing some level of foolishness. And we, as more mature persons of society, knows that's how it starts. It starts with pushing the envelope at a very small level, and then it continues to increase. It starts with hanging around the wrong cousin or friend sitting on a wall, and then he tells you to hold something, and next thing you know, you're involved in an activity that you didn't sign up for. And then it goes from holding to you actually making that transaction. Then it goes from you making that transaction to you falling in love with the money of making that transaction, and then you continue with it. And we need not have that person on the wall holding that resource in the first place. And so this is what I'm saying, well, how we're keeping our young persons occupied in order to reduce the likelihood of them getting involved in certain levels of activity. But then it was also spotting persons at an earlier age when you see that persons have low tolerance levels. There's guys that were fighting in P1, they were fighting in P7. There's the same guys that were scrapping in high school. The same guys that were scrapping in high school, when you got out of school and you went to the club, these are the same guys fighting. That person that likes to fight, they've always been in fights. Nobody gets to a more mature age and then all of a sudden starts to fight unless some type of trauma happens that triggers that. But what we can say is there are cycles of behavior. And it's about us identifying those cycles of behavior or those flakes at an early age and nipping it in the bud and providing persons with a level of support. And as a parent, I've had to identify some triggers and provide the necessary intervention when I see those triggers. And I think that's what we need to do as a community. The other thing is that the policies that we have at Workforce Development, we don't discriminate. And so we don't care whether or not you're a model high school student or not. Yes, we do have benchmarks for some of our programs, but for other programs, you simply need to demonstrate a willingness to participate. In our apprenticeship programs that we're running, you just need to identify a willingness to participate. In our hospitality programs, identifying that you have a willingness to participate, and we will take you on the full ride of ensuring that you're skilled up. The Workforce Development Department is probably one of the most important departments that we have in the government from my lens, because I believe it creates a bridge that persons can naturally get in other areas of our community. If you have no money, there is no other organizations that's investing in your skills development so that you are job ready. That's an organization you can walk in with no funds in your pocket and receive valuable skills development. And I will also help him with life skills as well. And that's critically important. We have a group of persons down there that care. And I know they care because when the person who placed me in summer employment is still employed at the Department of Workforce Development. So I started out as a summer employee, and I worked for a couple of summers in the government summer employee program. After I graduated from Bermuda College, I wasn't working. I know best about idle time. And my granny encouraged me to go to workforce development. I went to workforce development. The same person that helped me with my summer employment says, hey, they have a temporary survey going on at Department of Statistics. Would you be interested in that? I took that opportunity. I started work at the Department of Statistics, and I remained in that department for over a decade. And I got 4 promotions and 2 degrees while I was there. But it was just that one connection that Department of Workforce Development made that I believe changed my life. And since then, I went on to become the president of the union, then translated into me being my political career. And so I checked the trajectory, and I checked the critical need of and the role that that department can play, because I know that the role that that department played in my life and my development. And so we will continue to run programs specifically aimed at our young persons on an ongoing basis. Next week, you will see me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, issue certificates to young men who have completed a small appliance training program. We sent these young men to Ohio so that they can get certified. They've successfully completed the program, and we'll be issuing certificates to those young persons. Not only is appliance repair in demand, it is also a segue to entrepreneurship and self-employment. And so we also have those young persons talk to BEDC and having officers talk to those individuals around how they go about starting their own business and registering, so that this can be a legitimate second job or primary job if that's what they desire. But that skill set is valuable within our community. We talk about the removal of the tax school and the impact that it's had on our economy, but what we have is not a tax school. We have pathways into the same careers now. And Bermuda College is well poised to fill the gap that the missing tax school is actually filled, in conjunction with the way in which we are now providing NCCR certifications in our high school that can translate directly into programs that we have at Bermuda College. Persons have a straight glide path. Coupled with the work that we're doing to increase apprenticeships within our community, I believe that we are doing a critical job with providing pathways, non-traditional pathways to individuals, and stirring them away from trying to get a dollar by an alternative means that is surrounded by additional activity, which may lead to levels of violence. And I think as we just expand our reach from our portfolios as minister of government, from being role models in our families and our households, but then stepping away from that and just being simply role models within our communities and penetrating through our community club. Anybody who does activities with young people, you have an ability to influence the direction of that young person's life. And so I applaud everybody that currently plays the role in society. And that's why I always thank our international business community when I meet with them about their corporate social responsibility. They provide resources to organizations that have funding gaps, and they've been filling those funding gaps for years outside of the government services that we provide. And those funding gaps goes to empower our young people in our community. And that's what we continuously need to do when we start to talk about holistic. Let's celebrate as well all of the hard work that each and every one has played. Mr. King, the Honorable Member King, he said that he has worked in the system for 25 plus years. Well, I would assume that he has positively impacted lives for over 2 decades. We can't underpin the work that he's done to say we have a resource issue. The most valuable resource in this particular equation is human resources, human beings impacting and influencing other human beings to do positive behavior. When I go and speak with our young people in schools, if I'm asked to speak at a graduation, I say a few things and get them repeat back to me. a few things. Number one, positive actions lead to positive consequences. Negative actions lead to negative consequences. They are accountable for their own behavior. Your teacher is not your enemy. This adverse relationship you may have with teachers, I don't like this teacher or I don't like that teacher. That teacher is there and plays a critical role in terms of building your capacity so that you can function in society after school. I don't care if you like your teacher or not. Your teacher is not her sitting here to be your enemy. The teacher is an ally to assist with your development and empowerment. Yeah, is these type of things that we need to hammer home. That's why something like the MERS program is important. And we talk about they have the keys to success. But having my kids in school and coming home and speaking about the keys to success, you know what it is? It's constant positive reinforcement about their actions and how positive actions unlock opportunities and things of that nature. And I think that's what needs to be continuously reinforced. And I think we do it well to a certain extent. There's always some people, some persons that get missed. And before that's find ways in terms of how we catch those persons who we initially miss and ensure that we redirect those persons into alternative lifestyles. I know persons who were involved in violence. They left Bermuda. Their mind was opened up to a greater environment, and they have meaningful jobs in other jurisdictions. That's not necessarily a negative thing. Sometimes that was the solution that was actually required to turn around and change that person's life. Sometimes the environment you're in, right, is important. And so you have a lot of, you speak to persons who have been engaged in drug abuse in Bermuda, and you speak to those persons how difficult it is when they're trying to get their life together, but their friends are not on the same, quite on the same level, and the level of peer pressure that they get from the community that they were once in to re-engage in the activity. Sometimes people simply need to get away, and we have been providing people opportunities to get away, and that's a positive thing. But I say all that to say is, we all have lived experiences in our community. There is no one size fits all, but I think that we must look deep within ourselves as individuals and say, what can we do to enhance the value in our community to support others? And if I leave her with any messages, that forget the us versus them, the resource issues. There are things that we can do now, just simply as members of this society, that can improve the lives of others and deter people away from antisocial behavior and gang violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member, Levita Fugo. You have the floor, Ms. Fugo.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the one thing that is clear is that the document brought before us today that we're debating on sets out a systemic approach to how we continue to work towards reducing the negative behaviors that we see taking place in society. And it is indeed a multi-pronged approach that is required to get us there. And it will be an approach that has to be continuous, no matter what. We can't say, we won't be able to say, okay, we've reduced crime by 50%, so now we can sit down and do nothing. Those of us committed to ensuring that we help our society and our young people who operate within this society, and all persons who operate within this society, to get to a better state will require our continuous commitment. And I think the member who just took his seat, as did other members, spoke to that. And he spoke to that quite well, specifically with respect to how his ministry positively impacts and how he himself as a person positively impacts the people around him. And he has seen, as I'm sure some of us who engage in like behaviors, positive outcomes. And that is what we are looking for. Speaking on this issue, I think it is important that we show that this roadmap that now sits before us is something that we should all embrace in terms of, it's not one that we tear down. We should all embrace it, and in our own ways and through our ministries, do what has to be done to get the outcomes that every single one of us here are looking for. Because I believe wholeheartedly that every single one of us here are looking for positive outcomes. And we want to see, especially as it relates to our young people, we want to see them to be able to forge ahead with their lives in a way that they encounter little to no impediments, whether that be through economic unfortunate circumstances, whether that be to violence in the community, whether that be to lack of opportunity through other means. We want to make certain that we provide the framework so that we can reach as many people as we can, because it's not just young people. It is other people who, in an ever-advancing society, find themselves having to retool and do whatever is necessary to be productive. And sometimes they don't have the means. Right. And so as a government, we have to have those programs in place that will help them require the skills necessary to continue to have a productive and successful life in Bermuda. And so, Mr. Speaker, having sat on the previous committee for guns and violent crimes, I can definitely say that much of what the minister has brought here today was highlighted in the report that committee submitted to the House of Assembly. And so I can say here and now, without reservation, that it is a sustained and committed approach that is required to successfully impact our society in a way where we can say, as best we can, we help every individual. Yes. When I've heard members speak about using punitive measures, well, not really using them, but highlighting that for some, maybe that is a measure. But I dare say in many of the societies, especially Scandinavian societies that have programs in place, even imprisonment, it is set up in a way where it's not an atmosphere of punishment. And so they don't have a high recidivism rate. Over the years, they have seen how that has reduced crime in their society. And so what I want to say is that accolades to the minister and his ministry, because we do have to look for positive measures to turn around the negative behaviors that we are witnessing in society. And I dare say, you know the old saying, you catch more flies with honey. I dare say using measures like that, I think, will be a net that proves to catch more and turn person's life around. Mr. Acting Speaker, I don't think that I have to speak long because I think points have been made. I just want to say that I, for one, will stand with that minister and in my own personal space, do the necessary things with people in my community and the like to ensure that I, both at a government level and at a personal level, engage in measures that help to promote positive outcomes. And like we all want our people to have productive lives. We all want our people living in environments where they can have dignity. We all want our people to find their respective places within society. And the way we do that is by our ministries that are showing that they're coming together as one to share whatever initiatives that they have in place to ensure that indeed we do have a systemic approach, we do have a holistic approach, and we try and hit every single nail on the head to ensure that we do everything as a government to uplift our people and create that productive environment and society that our people can operate in and have a life of dignity in, and that our young people will embrace wholeheartedly so that they too, as their days move forward, can have productive lives, whether that be through apprenticeship programs, going to college, having workforce within the schools. No matter what those measures are, we are ensuring that we have adopted a systemic approach, and even when it comes to our family settings, so that our families, from day one with their young people straight through to school and beyond, can feel assured that this government and any government who picks up this roadmap to ensure that we fight the negative behaviors that we see playing itself out in our environment. If we use this roadmap, no doubt we will make the inroads that we need to make, and we will get there. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, MP Fogo. May I encourage the rest to follow Ms. Fogo, and she spoke for about 8 minutes. The chair recognizes the honorable member Vance Campbell.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hopefully, I can't promise I'll be as short as
Well, 8 will be fine.
MP Fogo, but I won't be long. I was listening in as, well, first of all, I'd like to thank my good friend, Minister Weeks, for bringing this. I know he's very passionate about what he does,
Yes.
and he is touched by events that cause harm in our community.
Yes, good. It's fine.
But I was listening intently when Minister Hayward was speaking. It sounded like he grew up in the same neighborhood as me.
No, he didn't.
When he was describing some of the things that they took me back. But he was spot on that, you know, the difference between where some of us are today and where we could have been, i.e. where some of our friends are, was a decision, a choice. And the key for us not making a bad choice was someone important or some individuals important in our lives. They could have been a grandmother, a father, an uncle, a coach. And that person entering our lives was key in us not making that bad choice that could have changed the trajectory of our lives. So I wanted to begin with that, as it is so true. And it brings up the concept of it takes a village to raise a child. And I think we've all said, all the speakers have touched on that and in different ways without saying the cliche that it takes a village. But it truly does take a village to raise a child. Now, my Mr. Deputy Speaker, my grandmother never had a telephone. And I'm maybe 1 or 2 years older than Minister Haywood.
You're much older than him.
So I came home from school one day, and my grandmother greeted me at the door. And she asked, "What happened in school today?" Now, I know my granny doesn't have a phone, so I felt confident in saying nothing. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I never made that mistake again. Ever.
Got licked.
I didn't know how she knew, but she knew. I also had the experience of having a coach influence my life and see how he influenced others' lives as well. Just a simple thing. I was on Nelly's Walk in Hamilton, and a gentleman a few years older than me came up to Mr. Donald Dane, I'll call his name. And he was smoking a cigarette, and he turned quickly, walked a few feet away, dropped the cigarette, put it out, and came back and said, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Dane." Mr. Dane never said anything, but that gentleman who experienced either in school or at the football ground interaction with Mr. Dane knew what he represented and still held on to upholding those principles, at least if it was only around Mr. Dane. So I take what Minister Haywood said to heart, and he was spot on with those comments. Also, using Mr. Haywood and his efforts in trying to improve our economy even more so, is if we fail to get this right, there's nothing Minister Haywood can do in his ministry. If this gets out of control more than it is now, if we don't bring this under our hand and get this turned around, there's nothing, there's no economic strategy that's going to work because people won't want to be here. Now, with that, on Tuesday, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the morning, as I turn on the sports channel as I'm getting ready for my day, and Tuesday happened to be Giving Tuesday, and they were talking about the Jimmy V Foundation. Jimmy V is Jim Valvano, who was a basketball coach who died from cancer, but he started a foundation just before his death that still goes on today and raises millions for research in the fight against cancer. And their goal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to put themselves out of business. What do I mean? They want to eradicate cancer so that they're not needed anymore. They don't need to be in the business of raising funds. And so, yes, I accept where we are now that our goal has to be reduction. But I don't think there's anyone in this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who does not want total eradication of the violence that we see. One person dying from gun violence is one person too many. One person dying from a wound that inflicted by a bladed weapon is one too many. The environment that we see today, and I know this report is focused, it's a heavy focus on gang violence, but a lot of the suggested plans in here will address violence of all types. So I won't get into that. But in the early days of this violence, we saw a majority happening in the wee hours of the morning or the late hours of the night under the cover of darkness. But it's no longer confined to those hours. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we see things happening all hours of the day, broad daylight. Many of the incidents actually have happened within a couple of blocks of the Hamilton Police Station. And we now have reached a point where persons are actually shooting at the police. So, again, this report, I would have liked to have seen a lot sooner, but I'm not blaming anybody, I'm blaming everybody for that. Because if you go to page 6, any of us, and I'm pointing to myself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, any of us who have been involved in the legislative process since 2006, or if you go back further, but I'm going to start because I'm going to say 2006 because that's what this chart here on page 6, that's where that begins. Any of us who have been involved and look at this chart is very sobering. And we should be thinking, did I advocate enough? Did I demand more from the then Minister of National Security? Did I do enough to, how many people was enough for us to have this report? How many people dying was enough for us to take the action that...
But MP, this is a police report.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, but please realize that the police come under the governor, not the minister.
You're missing my point, Mr.
No, no,
Speaker.
I'm
My
not missing
point
your point.
is
I'm telling
we
you
should
the
have been
facts.
called to greater action and greater urgency. That's all I'm saying. And I'm placing myself in that category as well.
Politicians done that in 2009,
You know, so-
MP.
You're missing my point,
No, I'm not
Mr.
missing
Deputy
your point.
Speaker, but I'll move on.
MP, take your seat. You don't act in this house like that, right? When I'm talking to you, you listen. Continue.
My apologies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The data in that chart suggests we all should have been up in arms a lot sooner, myself included. But I am glad that we are here today with this document that we hope to go forward with. It was suggested that we should be looking at things that are missing from this here. The only thing I could think of is existing laws. Are they strong enough? Because if I look at page 8, there's a list of reasons why, we have family breakdown, exposure to violence, etc. I would add one more to that list because there are just, in our society, some individuals that are they're just bad individuals. And what is in place? They don't want to be rehabilitated. They're not interested in turning their life around. They're just bad apples. So are the laws severe enough to deal with those individuals who aren't interested in the other measures that are recommended here? I'm glad that we are, again, in another area, understanding the extent of our mental health issues here on the island. And I'm going to wrap it up by saying that an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. Yes. And there's a lot of prevention. I highlighted that word in this document when I saw it, because that's the key to succeeding in our fight against this violence, is to prevent it rather than deal with the costly solutions or costly measures that are required once we get to the violent stage. Now, to go back to parenting, we are providing support for parenting, and parenting, in my opinion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, does not only end with us raising our child right, but also recognizing who amongst their friends we need to separate our kids from. And I think Minister Hibbert may have touched on that earlier as well. But you have to recognize, you have to know who your child's friends are. And you have to say, no, you can't go. You are not to be with Johnny, because you can see as a parent that Johnny is a bad apple. Johnny needs some assistance. And you must separate your child out from that. That's the other half or the other part of raising your child. Now, I would like to add some other entities that are on the preventative side. The Spirit of Bermuda comes to mind. Sea Cadets, Boy Scouts, Girl Guides, Big Brothers and Big Sisters.
Yeah.
Frontline BDA, which is formerly known as Young Life. Word of Life. These organizations are doing wonderful things with young people. That is at the front end. It will help guide. Will they prevent every child from making bad decisions? No. But I think that will be a good start if we have and we provide greater support to these entities. And also, I encourage families out there to get involved with the foster parent organization, because you have the ability to have a significant impact on the lives of young people, and they will remember that impact.
Yes.
And I can walk. I was a foster parent for 17 years, and I walk around and I see.
Take your time.
I see those young people who spend time in my household doing positive things. And I am glad that I had a small part to play in that. So, Minister Weeks, my good brother, I look forward to this plan flashing out, becoming a reality, and having a positive impact in the violence reduction in this community. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MP Campbell. Any further speakers that you recognize? Mr. Richardson from the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I intend to be relatively brief and might earn some slight favor by that. I wanted to speak to something that the plan mentions. First of all, I want to echo the sentiments of the previous speaker, MP Campbell, relating to the cadet programs of Bermuda. I came up in the Sea Cadets along with a lot of my colleagues and friends, and as well as junior leaders, Army cadets. That was our environment. So we were always in a very structured environment, and I think that will go a very long way to encouraging kids, certainly young boys, to focus, because that was the group I was in. You know, the boys all hung around like that. I wanted to speak about community policing because it's only mentioned twice, and undoubtedly it would require some unpacking. There's a lot in the document, and I'm not sure if they were able to fit it all in. I'm not sure who the actual author of the document is. It says created by, I want to say Franco Harris, who I know is a government consultant. So if that's the case, I want to congratulate him on contributing. He's currently studying a PhD in criminology, and so that would be a great use of some skills. I wanted to speak to community policing because I worked in the police, but the units that really shaped up the way I thought about the community was really the community policing team. Specifically at the time, we called it CBOs, Community Beat Officers. Now, we were the successors to the parish constables. And the parish constables, there was a couple of them left at the time, older constables, older sergeants, knew everybody in the community. I remember one of them took me on a liquor license check to Southampton Arms, and made the point of teaching me, you have to know the community. You have to make your friends before you need them. And it just always instructed me in that way.
I say that because I think a lot of people see police and policing as a very abrasive, abrupt, forceful, handcuffs, banging indoors thing. There's a time and a place for everything, but the most successful policing that's ever worked in Bermuda was those parish constables and those sorts of people. Now, the reason was because they got to know everyone in the community. They knew which kid was going to which house, which bus was running when. They were typically riding around on bikes. You know, they weren't pursuit police officers. And so a lot of us got to know them through those kinds of policing. When I joined the community beat officer, fresh off of B-Watch, I then got sent on a conference to, I want to say, Charlotte. And in that conference, it was called Problem-Oriented Policing. And problem-oriented policing was a method where you focus on a specific problem within a specific community, and you work to resolve that problem. Now, some people, advocates for a more aggressive kind of policing, assertive kind of policing, would say, well, that's not the police's job, and I strongly disagree. The job of the police is not only to detect crime, but to prevent crime. Well, how do you prevent crime? By getting rid of problems in communities, especially closely knit neighborhoods. So problem-oriented policing uses a couple of different models, which later on I used in my professional life, called PAT models and SARA models. I think the names are sort of irrelevant. What I want to say is that there was a methodology applied to a community so that we were able to identify problem behavior and conduct. We were able to fix infrastructure areas. In fact, we actually worked with, I remember doing some work on some infrastructure in a community, and one of the excavating companies, I couldn't tell you which one, gave us or loaned us a crew with a machine, and that problem got fixed. What happened here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that we got that assigned officer was in charge of documenting that problem and then identifying all the stakeholders in the community and bringing those people together. And that's what the community policing, I see it mentioned, but I really want to make sure that we unpack it so that we understand what we're talking about with community policing, because I really encourage the minister to double down on community policing. You would not believe how tempting it is for operational police commanders to become concerned of statistical returns. So next thing you know, we're concerned about how many tickets are getting issued or how many arrests and all that kind of stuff. And in community policing, you don't have that kind of statistical return. So it's hard to prove its effectiveness. But here's the catch. On the long term, you can always prove its effectiveness because the communities are safer and safer and safer. So I want to make sure that we focus on community policing as when we talk about policing, we're talking about community policing, not just arresting people. Those models, we got all the stakeholders together in the community. That meant that at the end of every huge community project, whether we were involving KBB, excavators, Ministry of Works and Engineering at the time, you just worked with everybody. And that connection that constable then made in that community was basically invaluable because they became trusted. And when you become trusted, then people in the community will approach you with information. So before it becomes a crime, before it becomes a problem, they're going to go and say, hey, those boys who were coming off of the number 7 bus, they were a little rowdy, pushing each other on the hill. I think I heard maybe one of them got a bit of candy from the little grocery store around the way, and then you go speak to Mrs. So-and-so and you go, hey, I saw your son. Hey, is he in football? What's he doing after school? And then you connect them with the Sea Cadets, and all of a sudden this problem gets fixed. And so now you don't have a violence problem. So I just wanted to stand up and advocate as strongly as I can that we need to put our attention when we talk about policing. There's a time and a place for everything, but Bermuda works best when our police are embedded in the community and working with the community. And I'm afraid, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you're not going to get a lot of statistics out of it. It's not very sexy. A lot of people like to ride fast bikes, the white bikes and sirens and stuff. In community policing, it's boring. It takes forever, but you get to make friends and learn about people. The other unit that I worked in was the intelligence division, where we had to deal with let's call it the detection side, the harder part of it. And that included putting together packages, and unfortunately that involved the use of armed police officers. And so I got to see this huge pendulum of different kinds of policing. but the one that always made me feel like I was doing good, the one that made me, the one where I now see people and kids and I say hi, the one that actually got this whole country to work was the one that is community policing, that was the parish constables. And the sooner we get back to that, maybe the sooner we'll take the stigma away from policing again, and we can make sure that that community policing, police officers, parish constables become partners again in making sure that crime doesn't ever rise up, that violence doesn't ever rise up. We nip it in the bud, I believe someone said. I also just want to advocate an idea, is that the police officers had the that bus that used to go around, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I can't remember the name of the program. I wasn't in the police at the time, but the bus went around to the different schools and introduced kids to policing. I think that played an incredibly key role that we don't have today. Right now, the community outreach from the Bermuda Police Service is typically limited to the Gymkhana and a couple isolated events like that. But that bus used to go around with armed units, motorcycle units, and the police dog, and you would get into the primary school, and the kids' first experience of police was positive. So then they got to know police officers as people, as community members. They got to look at it and go, oh, well, it's not, this isn't a person who's coming at me. This is a person whose job is to protect me. Again, establishing a relationship. So I would advocate strongly to the minister that we get back to those programs. We used to have a unit called the Schools Resource Officers, and they were closely connected with the community beat officers. And so they worked together, and those schools resource officers were in and out of the schools all day. They were typically assigned to 1 or 2 schools, and they were just around all the time. And again, getting the kids to demonstrating to the kids that we in the police service cared about them. And we wanted to be part of their lives, and not in that law and order, kicking in doors, jumping out of helicopters stuff, but in the way that Bermuda actually works. And that's why we had a lot of police officers involved in Bermuda Football Association and all these other places, because at that time, the relationship was a lot tighter. Now, I totally understand historical context is key, and it wasn't all roses. Like, I think we all know that. But the more that we focus on the kind of policing that breaks up the community, that creates an us-them dynamic, the less we're going to be able to rely on the police, and the less we'll be able to get to communicate with the community and the police and fix problems before they start. So I just want to advocate to the minister that an area that requires a lot of development, I see only 2 lines. I hope there's more to it. I imagine there's more materials, is community policing. We should definitely increase the funding for those, increase the training, make sure that they get the expertise, and put that anywhere. And then we then adopt those community police officers, those parish constables, whatever they want to call themselves now. We adopt them into the communities, make sure that they're in and out of our schools and football clubs, so that we can create a relationship that benefits the community instead of polices the community in that adverse way. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Opposition Leader Richardson. The chair recognizes the Honorable Deputy Leader Raban.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe I may be able to abide by your advice on time, because
Thank you so much.
there's been so much substantive contribution in this area that I'm sure it has assisted in informing the minister of the views of members, but also shown where the House is with this particular motion on the National Violence Reduction Strategy and the support he's clearly getting for this. So I would only be would ask to give my meager, short contribution to this, because there's been substantive, valuable contribution from both sides on this. But I just wanted to say a few things from the perspective, and I'm going to take it, that we should not see ourselves as a country alone with this issue. This is an issue that the region is grappling with. And you, as an experienced, long-standing legislator, I'm sure can reflect. Many of our family to the south are dealing with this issue and are dealing with it and having to deal with it in the same way that we are. It is a growing, serious problem. Violence. I'm sure there are items that you in your long-standing as a member of the CPA and traveled, there were many items in the South that were virtually crime-free years ago. And we thought we were have more challenge with crime than them. The reality is that some of those items that were 10, 20 years ago crime-free are now experiencing the same levels of crime that we are now. We used to identify certain items, I'm not going to say who they are, as being riddled with crime. No. We are all now experiencing levels of crime, and particularly crime from young people, and in like ways that a few generations ago just did not exist some places, and even here. And I'm glad that this has been a debate that has outlined not only how we feel and perceive, but also facts. There's been an effort to ensure that the facts were articulated. And there has been in areas of crime reduction and less. But the experience of crime, I think, is what we're all still seeking to grapple. And like perhaps to some degree, it's almost like a bottle that has liquid. And we've seen change and reduction in areas that have been, through different efforts, have been easy to tackle. So those things have reduced. But then you get down to where the fundamental challenges socially and economically that contribute to crime are now what we're dealing with. And it's almost like trying to get to deal with that last bit, but it's really the essence of the challenge that we face. And it's the cyclical experience that has gone on for many years, and that's the hardest part that we're looking to address now, is those fundamental challenges that bring about violence and that sort of behavior, and the dysfunction of which that comes out of, that we're now seeking to address. But we're not alone. This is what's happening all over the region. And all of the islands of the South are looking to work in different ways together and on their own to address it. In fact, I'm sure the Minister of National Security and the Minister for Youth, Social Development, and Seniors I send them, as the ministers responsible for CARICOM affairs, I send them communications that I get on some of the major discussions that are having. And one of the things that's going on in the region is that and this is perhaps a part of the global trend, is also seeing violence as a public health issue, not just a crime issue that should be enforced and we create laws of which we pour police and other enforcement against, but also there's a human dimension that's got to do with public health. It's another avenue to look at this issue. And certainly here, I believe we're also taking on that as well. And it's important that we understand that we're not alone in this effort, and I commend the minister for the work that his team have done to put together this particular paper, because it is systemic and it's trying to address this in a way that we all can see that we have a role to play, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that's what's important, and I do believe that that effort has been clearly embraced by the whole House today. And we've heard from other ministers and other members, and in particularly, it seems as if there is the support for a number of critical paths being created. We aren't going to just create this through one way. We must create multiple paths so that we can capture as many persons and young people, and those, whether they be assessments of babies and ensuring that as children come up through the system that we assess them through the education system. We assess them obviously from the standpoint of medical health. We assess them through education and even in other avenues, so that we can create different critical paths to capture those who may potentially be at risk, those who have had violence in their family lives, who've seen people die in their families of violence, those children who come out of that trauma. we need to ensure we have a critical path for them as well. And all the other areas where we find where there are deficits that often open up the possibility of dysfunction and contributing to violence continuing to be perpetuated in the community. As the honorable member from constituency number 3 said, we must have an ongoing, systemic, sustainable effort to address. This is not going to go away. But if we have a continued, sustainable effort to address it, we can minimize its impact on society and show persons that there are avenues of opportunity, there's avenues of opportunity to improve their lives away from seeing violence and antisocial behavior being a choice. This report provides, and it runs, as has already been said, in a long history of reports which have told us the story, going back to the Wooding Report, Pitt Report, Clark Report, and we know what those reports have said. They've sent a similar message. We now have this report. And certainly this like government, but I also believe from what I've heard, this House is prepared to not only endorse, but embrace the path that this report has prescribed for us. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this has been a great discussion today and debate.
Yes.
There was a bit of passion, but I think that passion speaks to how people feel about this, not necessarily to anyone who wants to be combative about it. We all feel this for our community. But let's ensure that we transfer that energy into opportunity and to generate the solutions that we want to see for the community. Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Leader.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A very important topic of discussion, and I want to thank the minister responsible for national security for bringing this discussion forward today. There were some that alluded to persons that may have been around. Of course, I tend to like sometimes to go down memory lane. Mr. Speaker, in this case, I feel compelled to. The Honorable Minister, I remember when he first came to this Honorable House in 2009, I first met him in an area, we often joke about this, we talk about it very frequently, but I first met him at Government Gate, outside of Ms. Butterfield's house, when I was doing a little bit of canvassing. He was running in a by-election caused by the death of the late, great Nelson Bascom. Of course, I have never heard of Weeks, and not many. And I seized the opportunity to run and canvass in Government Gate and Glebe, you still don't get the names right, and met a lot of lovely people, had a lot of gingerbread, attended candlelight vigils, because when Minister Weeks came to the House of Assembly, it was in 2009, and it was during the launch of the proliferation of murders, and they were taking place in his constituency, in the constituency that he was to assume.
Yes.
And Mr. Speaker, I started off with a little bit of chuckle about running up there and meeting the faithful 34. Those wonderful people that voted for my candidate, Mr. Keith Young, may he rest in peace, and not knowing much about Brother Weeks. But what I've had come to know and appreciate over the years, that he was very much a community man. And his family was well entrenched. And where we took that picture of the late Keith Young and myself and Brother Weeks up in Government Gate was outside that lovely lady in people's house who gave me gingerbread, and found out that was his auntie and Brother Tyrrell's mother-in-law and the like. Mr. Speaker, I remember the murders that happened early on. Names like Robinson come to mind. Areas like St. Monica's Mission come to mind. Candlelight vigils out there, going with Sister Gina Spence Farmer to houses to grieving period. Long before there was any type of gang intervention types of things coming around, showing empathy, church vigils, news articles being written all the time about these new murders and the like. And we had a premier at the time who was catching a lot of hell on building on buying fast ferries and building a dock and there and doing redeveloping a golf course at Port Royal and spending millions prior to the recession. That came into great criticism, and 20 years later, 18 years later, this country is reaping the benefits of those decisions that leader made at the time. And I declare my interest. I might have been one that was tickling him up a little bit on buying fast ferries and renovating and building a dock and the amount of money that was being spent and the like. And even when Brother Zane and some would come back and says, look, the dock's paid for itself in 2 years, find an argument to counter it. And Dame Lewis Brown building there and there are many projects. I just named a few that are benefiting Bermuda today. The National Sports Center, Aquatic Center up there where universities will come around and rent it and bring 50-odd people from Howard University, the alma mater of the...
Point of order, Mr. Deputy
no,
Speaker.
Point of order.
I think the honourable member's unintentionally misleading the House when he said that the Dame Lewis building is saving the taxpayers some money. It's doing more than that, Mr. Speaker. It's in excess of $12 million a year going in taxpayers' pocket.
Thank you. Continue, MP Swan.
Thank you. I expect a few more point of orders from my own side as I come to speak, knowing that there was at one time that I was the lead spokesperson against that, which is saving this country millions of dollars and bringing in this country millions of dollars. And I say
Point
that.
of order, Mr. Speaker.
Good point, go on, Mr. King. Union proper seat.
Oh, sorry. Point of order. Are we in motion to adjourn right now, or are we still doing
We're going fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Had that young member been coming up to, and young in the sense that he's new to the House, but not so young that if he was coming to this House in years going by and listened to some debates, he would have known that some spokespersons, great spokespersons, gave preambles to put things in context. And I'm thinking of the late Dame Lewis Brown Evans, who I try to emulate on many occasions. And I'm putting in context, at the time when these murders were taking root in this country, there was leadership and a leader at that particular time who was prepared to do something. And in the context that person, in what they were able to do with the monies they had discretion over, was able to do some things that were benefiting today. And I was trying to make the case for the Honorable Member King to show him that Dr. Hewitt Brown had put in place, through his ministry, programs that benefited Bermuda, that benefit Bermuda today immeasurably. The 500,000 cruise visitors that come to Bermuda? Where would we be without the docks up in
Well, I think the
Dockyard?
point Mr. King was
Thank
trying
you.
to make, how you tie it up.
Well, I'm going to tie it in. I thank you for the. Mr. Speaker, at that same time, I remember Dr. Braun making a speeches, and declaring that, for better for worse, he spent a little time in L.A. And I remember Dr. Braun saying that his experience in L.A. equipped him well to offer his country, his beloved Bermuda, some advice on how to handle this gang culture. I remember Dr. Braun saying that in areas such as LA, that gangs were taking root, there were strategies put in place to remediate it. And I saying that in the context that the minister responsible for national security today is no different than the Minister of National Security of 2000 or 1995, inasmuch as they only have a minimal control of policing in this country. They have maximum control of how much money they give the police, but minimal control of operational policing. That final word is reserved for the ultimate authority which comes via the United Kingdom through Government House. So when Dr. Braun, in his capacity of premier, saw a problem that he would have identified as being very devastating, in the spirit that he was able to do things in his ministries that benefit us today, 15 years later, he didn't have, nor did any other national security or premier have, the authority to do what they could have done in their ministries, in the Ministry of Finance, in the Ministry of National Security, in any ministry in this country. They were limited. The Minister of National Security is limited. But being premier, knowing, because sometimes people have to catch up to where a person is at that time. I was able to go to some articles and recall. You can't go back in the archives of the Royal Gazette unless you're prepared to pay now. But thankfully, the Bermuda Sun's still around, and I saw some that said that Dr. Braun had indicated that he had gone to Government House on a couple of occasions to get them to take on board a strategy similar to that what was being used in some areas in the United States that he was familiar with. And it was not accepted. And I pause. Because now we're talking about since 2009, when Minister Weeks came into this house, when Dr. Braun was the leader of the country, we're talking about a report that I support that deals with strategies in the absence of doing things that were recommended by the government of the day at the time, that the government of the day was unable to implement, but it could only recommend to the ultimate authority in Bermuda. And I think it's important that Bermuda and Bermudians understand that. And I think it's I think it's important for us not to let them off the hook either. Because in the context of that 15-year period, where have their priorities been? And I'll just make a note to myself. South, where have their priorities been? Where have their priorities been? I could think of 15 million reasons, 15 million answers of where their priorities have been. 15 million reasons. Mr. Because I remember, and I've often said in this house, everyone that has sat in this house cares about this country, loves this country, whether or not they are OBA, whether or not they're UBP in the PLP past, PLP present. You don't go through all that unless you care about Bermuda. Just have different ways of trying to do things. And we see that as we debate bills and we talk about the buts. The but, I like that but. Well, they could have done a few things between 2012 and 2017, but they were focused on trying to play catch up for when the recession was tearing the heart out of the country, and built Cross Island and spent their money there. But they didn't spend the money into operational ceasefire. And I'm going to tell you this, I remember as an opposition leader going to a former Minister of National Security, called him up, friend of mine, PLP. I was in PLP then, and I said, listen, my shadow minister believes in operational ceasefire. He has currency. He speaks passionately about it. Would you meet? Minister Dunkley and Shadow Minister Dunkley and Minister Wayne Parenchev met and actually went on TV together as a consequence of trying to do something collaboratively, putting out an appeal to get private funds to support Operation Ceasefire. I remember that. And I respect both of them for doing that. And the question I want to ask today, with those, I said I'll stick a pin on were there 15 million, is if it took money to realize Operation Ceasefire in a real way, which came after Britain had the Government House and the FCO and all that had turned a blind eye to what Dr. Braun, because he wasn't the premier when I arranged for Minister Parenchev to meet at that particular time. His plans were already turned a blind eye to by those ultimately responsible for policing. Their attention was switched on him, prosecuting him to this very day. $15 million worth. Where would we be had that money been deployed into this problem that's an epidemic? Former government minister Campbell, now sitting on opposition benches speaking, spoke to the chart in the report, and rightfully so. Those numbers spell an epidemic in this country. Why? Because when Minister Weeks became an MP, the children of the slain person, the children of the person who was pulling the trigger and the like, may have been anywhere between 1 and 5 years old. Today, they would be late teens, early 20s, or thereabouts. There's a generational impact on all of this. So the solution that was put forward in 2009 by Dr. Pratt is a lot different solution than was what's required today, because he was treating it in the early stages. It's almost like the diabetes problem that we have in this country. I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on the radio or TV, and I don't ascribe to be one. But I do this: if you treat a problem in its infancy stage, you got a better chance of addressing it than to catch it down in acute stage. And so the priorities of the British government as it relates to a major social problem in this country differs them from our perspective. And I want folks to really understand that in a real way. And I can see it clearly. This problem's not happening in Brixton. It's not happening in Bristol. It's not happening in Hull, where it could impact the constituents of someone who might sit down in Westminster. It's happening in Bermuda, far removed. The difference for them. And I think it's important as we look at this that we understand. I always say, look at the context of things. Look at the timeline of things. I know I'm got to wind up, Mr. Speaker. You don't have your clock on, but I know the biological clock is telling me that I'm somewhere around 15 or 16 minutes. How much I got?
Keep going.
Okay. But I just want to finish up with this. That as we look at programs that can address some social issues, which are very near and dear to my heart always, I think about Happy Valley Daycare Center. And I remember in the early days of the legislature in another place at the turn of the century talking about how successful Happy Valley Daycare Center is. And I only wish we had the Slip Road Happy Valley Daycare model in St. George's. I only wish we had the White Hill Happy Valley Daycare Center up there at a suitable location up in the west. I only wish we had a Jones's Village Happy Valley Daycare Center down for my cousins down in Warwick. I only wish we had maybe another Happy Valley Daycare Center out there in some of the more densely populated communities in Bermuda. Why? Because the problem has been kicked down the road several years. We've got to do more for those who are just being born into this world, who have family circumstances that have been impacted by a generational epidemic. As they get older, Mr. Speaker, you know, in my life I've been a sports person. And I'm not talking about golf today, but before I was a golfer, I was a very good footballer and a not too bad cricketer.
You played for.
And Mr. Speaker, when I'm, you know, we often talk about, you know, Berkeleyites and Techites and stuff. I guess I'm the Berkeleyite who knows what the middle school concept's all about, because for me, Berkeley was a middle school and Warwick Sec was my high school. So I transitioned through Berkeley and then somewhere else, as did many others who did well afterwards too. I'm not alone in that school. I understand a little bit about how important sport can play in reaching a person.
Yes.
And I'm an advocate that whilst we're doing signature schools, that there's room for a sports academy in this country that can help this country reach some of those persons where the top athletes, like a Carl Roberts, for instance, in St. George's, who grew up in Somerset in the West End like I did, fellas like me who came up in single-parent homes, could help reach some of these folks and switch them on to academia or even the sciences and the STEMs through the passion that they have and teach them along the way. That's a solution. And I know it doesn't have total currency around, but I know that the same Minister of National Security has seen some logic of that. We've had conversations about that. Happy Valley Daycare Center, at the very early stages, expanded upon them around the country. And people say, you got to have the money, but the things are getting better, and we need to find the country because we need to save those people. looking at sports and other areas where persons who might be vulnerable or susceptible to the vulnerabilities might have some passions. And identifying those who are skilled enough to inspire. And I'll say this, Mr. Acting Speaker. I'm the beneficiary of an era when your PE teachers were your icons. When in 69, 70, when Barkley were the junior champions of Bermuda, Randy Horton was our coach, and we defeated Gabby Hart up at the carpet. But when we went Warwick Sack, we had Mr. Middleton who played for Academicals. You know, young people can remember not Carlton Pepe Deal, another iconic person, Donald Dane. His name's been mentioned already by honorable member in the House. These persons were school teachers in this country. And today we still have them. We have the Neil Painters of this world holding the hands of young people, bringing them along. And I'm here to tell you that those are the folks that we need to empower and find a way to help us craft a new way forward. And I want to thank persons like Pastor Bean, Leroy Bean, for their efforts, and other ministers who have stood in the gap in this particular ministry. And but do things. I remember there was a Minister Keynes had a farm that the that they used to grow and inspire young people and stuff. Still got it. Yeah, still doing it. Yeah, the ministry still do it. So there are other ministers. I've mentioned about 3 of them in this particular case who cared about this problem. But I conclude with this. It's not lost on me that the priorities that allow $15 million to be spent prosecuting someone, had that money been applied to remediating and saving our people, it would have been a lot different outcome. The persons who turned a blind eye to those recommendations, history will reveal that. They'll get access to those when you try to Google on Royal Gazette and say, and people are calling around from overseas, can you get access? I don't feel like signing up to be a member. I guess they got to get a business, but thankfully there are other mediums that capture it. But I know it to be that it was recommended and rejected. And there have been consequences to the detriment of Bermuda because of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
MP Kim Swan. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member Craig Kenneneer.
Thank you,
Brother Kenneneer, you have
Deputy
the floor.
Speaker. I must say that this particular report has sparked what I would consider to be some very valuable information and valuable debate as well. Although it seemed as if we were getting off to a bit of a strange start, I think that the sentiment has been clear by both sides that we are all very much concerned about where we are with the violence in Bermuda, and that violence being not necessarily violence in the gang area, but violence against one another, our fellow human beings, period. And that, unfortunately, there are far too many predators who are taking advantage of what they might consider to be gaps or loopholes within the system to perpetrate some of the real challenges that we see out there. I take to note that in the report, it does mention that from the very get-go, as Bermuda finds itself plagued by various forms of violence, and then further on says, as a country, we are grappling with relatively high rates of violence. And so let me say to the minister that, not everyone in the public is always aware, but I consider the minister to be a friend of mine. I consider him to operate completely out of integrity. And in this particular area, I consider the minister to be someone who has been touched by some of this, who understands it, and has seen fit to bring this report together. I don't want to get into the debating back and forth over whether it should have been done a long time ago or an old report should have been brought forward and all of that stuff. What's in front of us right now is the fact that we have a challenge within our community, and this national violence reduction strategy is attempting to lay out a plan going forward. Now, after having read through this report, I must say I thought that most of this stuff was already happening. I don't know if a lot of this, and hopefully the minister can reply to let us know maybe of some of the things that aren't happening that we probably thought should have and has been happening. But when you read through it, much of this is stuff that I thought was already happening, and some of the integration of information and the likes. So hopefully the minister can lay out where the challenges are. So a lot of it was not new information, and what I'm looking for to understand a little better is how is it going to be integrated? What is the mechanism that is going to bring all of this together? Because this is, as the minister said, this is a long, lasting change. This is what he is looking for. And the implementation of such a strategy, reduction strategy, is going to take some time to effect. And so, as I've been listening to everyone and after looking at the report, I wanted to concentrate in on accountability and our role, as the Honorable Minister Haywood brought up, is individual roles in guiding and creating a structure within the home and within the social construct that we have to help individuals that might have a propensity towards violence. Interestingly enough, the other day, before I even had gone through the full report, I was listening to an FBI analyst on personalities when it comes to violence and actually killing. And he said that genetics may kind of load the gun. You know, you may have a propensity, as Minister Haywood said, towards violence. You know, you're one of these guys who's fighting all the time in school, but that doesn't mean that you actually pull the trigger. You may have a propensity. So that is one of the things he said may load the gun, but it's experience that actually pulls the trigger. And what I'm getting to is that I am extremely concerned that when you look around and if you look at the violence, the black on black violence is like genocide. We're just killing each other off. And I don't understand how we are allowing, and when I say we are allowing, I'm not saying anyone is willfully allowing this to happen, but what I cannot understand is that when one of these crimes happens, it's like pulling teeth to try and get a resolution to solving some of these crimes. Which leads me to believe that there are too many, far too many, who are benefiting from the activities of violence. And so we're very slow, for any number of reasons, to want to say this is what happened, this is who the perpetrators were, and on and on and on. To give a personal story, my son is bigger than me, and it was clear when he was 15 that this guy's going to be huge, right? And he had just gone 15. But I got a butt call, Mr. Speaker, and on that butt call, I could hear familiar voices. And they were saying to this gentleman, young boy, don't move or I'm going to stick you, right? Now, if anyone knows about my past, I've been around a lot of violence and drugs. Oh, yeah. So when I heard these kids who come to my house, and I used to have 30 to 50 kids on a regular basis, Friday night coming to the house, and most of them were problem children. A lot of them have now passed because they got involved or are incarcerated for some heinous crimes and some killings. So when I had heard these boys talking, they were robbing someone, I realized that this was some of the kids that were coming to the house. So the next thing is, what am I going to do about it? And so my son decided he was going to go down to the field late at night. He's 15. With some rough and tough boys. He grew up conservative. Shouted. But yet these boys wanted to get him involved. So I'm going to tell you. I called him. He had a phone. I told him, if you don't get your behind back up at this house right now, I know where you are. There's going to be a problem. Well, he wanted to be defiant. He didn't come back. It only take him 3 minutes to get home. He weren't too far away. I went down there and confronted all of them. There's going to be a problem if you're trying to recruit my son. And then, with those who made the butt call, who were robbing this young man, and the young man that they were robbing is incarcerated right now because he started doing the same thing. Unbelievable. I called a police friend. I said, look, come down when these guys come to my house, and I'm going to play the recording. And you should have seen the eyes. Couldn't believe it. They had mistaken. Thank goodness for the phones, isn't it? Unbelievable. So I took it upon myself to intervene. And what I'm getting at is that if we had just a little more intervention, and remember now, I'm going to the homes now. The report is going to do what it's got to do. If it's implemented, and I believe that the Honorable Minister is looking to implement this thing, get everyone together and start moving towards it, the proof will be in the pudding. So let's go ahead and get on with this. But one of the first areas that we can intervene is in our own homes. Now, as government officials, you cannot function as an effective government with a prevalence of violence. It is a basic premise. And that's why I thank the minister for what he has done. Now, it's about implementation. And so I'm not here to be controversial. I will be with the implementation if things don't start happening, because at this time, according to this report, we have a prevalence of violence. I didn't say that. The report says we have a prevalence of violence. And I understand that that is why we are looking at this report. I can argue over and debate over the fact, things like the SLOOP and all of these support mechanisms need more money to function. They're not getting the money. We could go down the rabbit hole of that. But what is needed, and where I want to concentrate on, is at the home, and I'll talk a little bit about in the educational system. Because that's where early intervention happens. I'm going to tell you straight up. I got a grandson. This guy has a propensity for violence. And so I've had to take it upon myself to spend my weekends and whatever weekdays I can, and holidays, with him. So he understands. Remember, Mr. Speaker, I had to leave the house? Because this young fella already turned into violence. So the intervention, especially by our senior males, is vitally important for setting the stage for generations to come. I heard Minister Hayward talking about how things happened for him. At 14, my mother threw me out of here and said, "You're going away to school," because she could smell marijuana on me. I wasn't smoking it, but all my buddies around me were. Intervention. Because it was only a matter of time, she saw, if I wasn't. And so that early intervention is important. And what I didn't see in the report talks, and this is for the minister, I know he's listening, there wasn't much to speak to the issue of how the schools are actually going to engage. I did see a bullet point there, but one of the things that I was concerned about that I experienced, I also talked about a story where I saw a young primary school kid beating up his young brother because his brother told on him at school he was watching porn. Now, this is a kid that's only 11 years old, right? Beating up his 8-year-old brother. And when I went to the parents, Mr. Speaker, the whole neighborhood was listening to this ruckus going on. I'm across the water and could hear it in Mullet Bay on Wellington side because the water carries sound. I could hear everything going on. Not one of the neighbors intervened. Everybody said, I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to leave it alone. Intervention is important. It is a check and balance. When any individual stands up and says, hey, you need to stop this. But what disturbed me was the parent, the father, who I knew, said to me, yeah, Ken, I got real problems here, man. And I was told by the system, this is his exact words, that, just talk to him. I can't discipline him. I say that again. He was told by officials in the system, you can talk to him, but you can't discipline him or, don't use the ruler on him, but talk to him. This young man at 11 years old was beating the Pope out of an 8-year-old kid. Now, where do you think he's going to be in just 2 or 3 years? Mm-hmm. And we have grown men who are courting these young 14 and some younger to go out and steal for their benefit. This is what's going on as far as initiations are concerned. And then I think about the victims and how they're probably feeling right now about what's going on. They want something to happen. And so whilst the report will address the long-term issues, we got a challenge right now. And I believe that this is long on getting to identifying some of the issues, but it's short on the hammer for right now. And I get it that there are so many other issues. There are issues out there that, require a certain type of approach. But now I know the Premier has sat down with some of these guys. And some of these guys that are out there in these gangs, they are stone cold, Mr. Speaker. When you look in their eyes, first time, put a loose shake in me. I was like, ooh, this guy's looking straight through me. He has no soul. That was the first thing that came to my mind. We talked about Martha Dismount. I was working with her very closely on some of these things and meeting with some of these gangsters that were involved. And they were coming into the minister's office with certain other seniors. Mr. Speaker, every single one of those young men are dead today. One retaliation after another. And they were coming into the ministry. Civil servants, everyone saw them. They're dead, gone. And so I'm looking to hear from the minister also of how are we going to deal with the here and now, because just like we recognize that when we were talking about scars and the likes and for those pedophiles that are out there as predators, there doesn't seem to be a cure. So whatever program we put on, we got a problem here. And now you see, because of phones and the likes, the prevalence of young people through cyberbullying who are sending naked pictures out of these girls, taking money from them and threatening them with all kinds of things. There has to be a hammer involved here. There's a lady by the name of Dr. Julia Hare. Some of you may know her. She started the Black Union think tank in Jamestown. And she was talking about the educational system. And she said this, us as a people, race, black people. She says, we gotten to the point where we were allowing educated people to tell us that discipline in certain forms was not necessary. That parents became afraid to discipline their children. And you know how we make jokes about how black people discipline their kids and white people discipline their kids. It's an ongoing joke, just talking, and the others ruling with, when it's early ages, with a kind of an iron fist. She said, parents became afraid to discipline their children. Then the teachers became afraid to discipline and became afraid of the principals if they did discipline the children. The principals were afraid of the superintendents. Then and the superintendents were afraid of the school board. And the school board was afraid of the parents. And the only thing that wasn't afraid was the kids. They ain't afraid of no one. Now look into the schools right now. Yes, back in the day, we used to have little skirmishes in the school, but nothing like what I'm sure you're seeing now on video. You know, nothing like what you see now. Yeah, I had to grow up fast, man. Nothing like what you see now. And then on top of it, we've got organized members in the community who are putting videos out in Bermuda about killings. So there's got to be a heavy hand doubt here, because I can assure you, there may be some that we can get to and help, but I can assure you there's a select few that are almost operating as if they're soulless. And I've seen those eyes. It's a scary thing to see, that at will, they come after whoever. Doesn't matter. We are at a point where we are killing over material things. Life means nothing. And if you stand up, death is the result. So I'm hoping that the minister is going to present to us of some of the things. There is some things about I'm working with the police and getting all this information together. And like I said, I thought that a lot of that was already happening. But the families need to know in Bermuda who are allowing this stuff to happen. I mean, can't be that difficult to figure it out. Something has to happen. And it should happen more immediate than not. Because once these predators gain the experience and that thrill, it's hard to break. And unfortunately, we're watching genocide. It's already tough enough that we don't have enough of a birth rate to sustain ourselves, but we're also killing ourselves. We can't blame anyone else. Again, you have a choice to make when you decide to pull that trigger. That individual has a choice to make and will make that choice in an instant with a knife. That choice must come with consequences. How dare you, as a black family member, allow one of your members to go and kill another family member's child? There has to be consequences. And my Aunt Gertie, when she was a police officer, she's the head of narcotics. I watched her beat people up for foolishness. No, I'm not advocating frivolous violence here. What I am saying is that I remember when I went 16 and I got caught speeding. She looked at me like, "Are you a fool? You're coming to me to get rid of your ticket? You're going to court, bye. You're going to court. Accountability." Well, what do? First thing we do, Pook is going to got a ticket. Can you get him off? Can you he didn't mean to go speeding. Yes, he meant to go speeding. There has to be some accountability. And if we don't stamp it out from that young age, like I said, my mom, second youngest grandchild, I'm pointing him out. I got to love this guy, but I also got to make sure that there's a limit to what you can do, boss. There's a limit to what you can do. And violence against anybody is not important. I mean, it's not right. If you're perpetrating it, this is a problem. It's a serious problem. I kind of smiled when the minister talked about guys out there doing a pack. He's right. Guys out there doing a pack. And the unforgivable thing to me is that now the women are involved. Doing a pack. And for the first time, I don't know if it was the first time, but I mean, we saw a young lady that was killed, shot at on the back of a bike. I can't remember where it was, involved. I mean, whoa. That's where we are. And in this small community, I think we have an opportunity to arrest some of this. I know that we will not fully stamp it out, but the question is, what are we going to do about those ones that I know are not going to make it? Number one, we need to hear more about how we are going to identify this from a very, very early age so that, Minister, it is long-lasting change. It is long-lasting change. Being able to make good decisions and critical thinking is vital to the future of this island. Time is critical, and I dare say that many of those in government that have had to go out and intervene in many of these situations, people are living in fear. And so we got to have something that addresses that fear as well. And in addition to that, one of the conundrums of governing is this. There's an underbelly to Bermuda that is supporting this violence because the violence is supporting buying groceries. Now what do we do? What do we do? Because that now has become a rule as opposed to just happenstance. And so I take keen ears to the fact that we got to provide many of these support mechanisms and job opportunities and the likes. But what I am concerned about is that individuals, families, we have got to find a way to get our families to understand that this is completely unacceptable. Unacceptable. We cannot, in clear conscience, believe in Bermuda, yet at the same time kill each other. We can't. And that's why I said a government can't govern while under this premise. And I'm thanking the minister for taking this step. But this is a monumental step that we are taking. And it is going to require, if the people are going to trust and parliamentarians, that we follow through on this because there are too many living in fear. I just heard a story last night at a Christmas party, Mr. Speaker, and I'll close out with this story. How, I'll say my eldest grandson was at, I shouldn't say the school probably. I'm going to say the school because it really vexed me. At Walker Academy. Now, you know, for him, unfortunately in this circumstance, is a lot browner than me, right? And he's being bullied based on his race. This is a young man who's top of his class and being bullied by other students. So much so that this young man pushed him, then punched him. And he was trying to tell him, you shouldn't be calling people names like that. The boy was using racial slurs on other kids. Hey, man, you should stop doing that, you know? That's not the proper etiquette in school, man. This is not right. So this boy decides to push him and punch him. Well, he made a mistake because he's got a little bit of St. David's blood, right? He made a mistake. And so for defending himself, guess what? He got punished. Now, what do you think I wanted to do? Oh, yeah, the heat's got to be turned up. And my goodness, my eldest daughter told me, no, I got it. She a little crazy. So smart, she's a lawyer, but when she turns it on, and this is going to be a problem. So she went up there and tore things up. Do you know that they still insisted on giving him demerits? No. Unbelievable. And then this woman last night tells me, who's a teacher there, that her son was being bullied. No, we got a problem. And so, again, I'm saying early intervention is important, but it goes back to the fact that even some of the educators are afraid to say something because they might get in trouble with the principal, they might get in trouble with the board, whatever the case may be. And Dr. Harris, she's saying, hold on a second, guys, we got to apply this discipline early. Because the only people that's not afraid is the kids. Everybody else is afraid. What kind of world are we living in? Minister Weeks, you got a lot of work to do, boss. I'm not sure if you wanted this ministry or not, but it's yours. And I heard the Honorable Minister Tene say, she mentioned about how, I wrote it down here somewhere about the violence. Yes, this report is a work in progress. I accept that. I do accept that. But I'll tell you what else is a work in progress. Crime. And these guys at a young age are getting smarter and smarter and smarter. The question is, are we recognizing that? Are we identifying it early enough? And are we dealing with it? Because we are going to be at a point whereby Scotland Yard's going to have to come. Wherever they come from, something got to happen. Because cowboy justice is going to kick in if the people do not believe that we're going to deal with the situation. And then you have a whole new bowl game in front of you. Because I can assure you, the Honorable former Minister De Silva, when we took SCARS, he had a no-nonsense approach. If you're going to mess with my little granddaughter, it's got to be stamped out. Stamped out. And whatever we need to do for the police, whatever we need to do in the community, everybody needs to stand up, and especially in these organizations that are funded by government, stand up and say, no. I am identifying what I see as symptoms early. When this little 4-year-old comes and 5-year-old comes into the school, I can see symptoms. Now, that's not to say that a whole bunch is happening, but I'm identifying it and I'm flagging it. Mm-hmm. And it's got to be recorded so that everybody can see what's happening. Too many families, thank you. Too many families are getting away with this here, and too many families are suffering right now over something like a girlfriend, a chain, a bike, or you looked at them crooked. There's some stone cold boys out there. And I'm saying boys, defiant. We've come into contact with them. So, in conjunction with the government, I look forward to the implementation of this report. I hope that the minister can fill us in on some of those gaps that I brought up that I'm hoping that we can find some resolution to and fill those gaps, because tomorrow's future might just depend on how we deal with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Kentner. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other? There are none. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin my comments this evening by commending the minister and his team for the work of which they do. Being Minister of National Security is not an easy job. And it is a lot of times, you know, whether it's in cabinet or in caucus or other times, you know, we have to support the minister because he has a really difficult job and a difficult challenge. He's the one that, you know, goes to visit the families, goes to the funerals, does all those things in the community, is there at the hospital when issues of tragic violence happens, and it's not easy. So I want to make sure that I record, you know, my support and appreciation for his work and the work of his team, because it's not 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. It's a 24/7 job that happens all the time. And it's important because we don't often get to celebrate the successes and the progress that is made. Because, of course, the points that get the most awareness are when there are the challenges, when there are the instances of violence, when there are the murders, when there are the deaths, when there are the shootings, when there's the stabbings, the things that affect our community to the core. But I want to make sure that I state it here is that over the last 7 years, progress has been made. Young men and young women have been saved. Persons who were on the wrong path have been directed to a better path. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that there is more work to be done. Now, I remember in 2017 in our election manifesto, we said that we need to make sure that we focus on tackling the root causes. And we have been doing that. And ministers have spoken to that, members have spoken to that about the work that is taking place insofar as tackling the root causes, whether that in the social circles, whether it be in the education circles, whether it be in the economic circles, the training, those type of things which are necessary to focus on matters related to rehabilitation and reintegration and trying to make sure that we do that particular work which is necessary to save our young people, because no government wants to write anyone off. Now, yes, there are those who write themselves off, despite the amount of times and efforts at which we may try to intervene, and then action is taken. We know that. But any government must look at what it is that we are doing. And in this case, there was a need and a desire to update the strategy. And it's important to remember how this report came about, Mr. Speaker. This report came about by the minister bringing the community together, all segments of the community that were a part of this particular effort, whether that be community clubs, whether it be educators, whether it be the police, whether it be the persons that are on the front line, whether it be mental health, all those particular areas brought them together for 2 days to examine what was working and what needed improvement, and to make sure that we mapped out a strategy that was coherent, that could be seen, that everyone could understand what it is that we're doing, and important, to be held accountable for the delivery of that. Now, it's important, Mr. Speaker, because when we speak about some of the things that are inside of this report, and I will focus on one particular page in this report a little bit later, but you cannot arrest, change, have impact without making the investments, not just in time and policy, but also in financial investments to make sure that those persons on the front lines have the tools in order to tackle these particular issues. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that we have made investments. We've made investments in a number of spaces and instances. So whether that is increased investments when it comes to the police, whether or not that's increased investments in the tools of which they have, whether or not that's the upgrading, in many cases controversially, regarding CCTV networks, et cetera, to help to detect and to deter crime, whether or not that's improvements in the resources and technology that the police have to interdict, to gather intelligence, to do more things, to intercept. And I think that it's important to recognize that there has been progress that has been made. I speak about it, the fact that over the last year, we've recovered 12 firearms. That is significant. And it is because of the additional investments in tools and resources that have been given to the Bermuda Police Service. We've made investments on the area of social services, whether or not that is the investments that we've done through Minister Today's ministry, or whether or not it's the investments we've done through the Ministry of National Security as well. We've made investments in matters related to mental health and trauma. And that was before this year's mid-year review, where there was significant additional money that was given. But 2 years ago, we made a first down payment investment in expanding mental health services, outlining a mental health pathway so we can understand and tackle these particular issues. We've made investments when it comes to training and development and rehabilitation, and making sure that we execute on our youth employment strategy to make sure there's more opportunities that are available and more persons have the opportunity to learn a trade, to get their skills so that they can be reintegrated into society, into productive spaces. But, Mr. Speaker, a strategy is only a strategy. What is necessary is implementation and execution of that strategy. And it's important to note that the way that this thing is outlined, as many strategies have been produced by this particular government, that they are produced in a way where they are not, 200-page reports, which most persons can't actually go through and read, where it's difficult to follow what may or may not have been done. It is laid out with 8 key focus points and items which are laid out there. And what is important, Mr. Speaker, is that this strategy, the reason why we're bringing it to this House today, is because we want the endorsement of this House, and the motion says that this House supports the National Violence Reduction Strategy, which has been tabled by the Minister of National Security. So once this House passes this resolution, Mr. Speaker, it is up to the government of the day to execute. But the responsibility of members of this House does not end today. It doesn't end today. We've heard contributions from many members speaking about the things of which we all have to do individually in our communities to make sure that we support this work. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there is the responsibility of members of the legislature to make sure to hold the executive accountable to the matters which have been passed in this House. And so, if we say that this is the national violence strategy, if we say that this House supports this strategy, then we must execute it. But it is also important that the House carries out its function in relation to oversight and in relation to holding the government to account. And Mr. Speaker, I think you know where I'm going here, because I know we've had discussions and thoughts around our oversight committees, et cetera, which are in our standing orders. And I know that you said we're going to move to make sure that these matters are formed, but they need to be, because members of the House of Assembly who are not ministers need to have a forum where, not just in the main house, where they can examine these issues, where they can speak to technical officers, where they can ask what is going on, and ensuring that we are actually holding firm to the things which have been laid out here, and to make recommendations to the House and to ministers so they can be informed, not just informed on what they may read on the Royal Gazette or what they may hear, but what they're actually hearing from the people who are responsible for implementing this particular strategy. Now, the member who just took his seat, the Honorable former Premier, member for constituency number 12, MP Cannoneer, spoke about implementation. And the minister, I know he will address this issue when he replies, because it's important to note that not only do we have a national violence reduction strategy, but we also have produced an implementation plan, which breaks down the various items inside of this strategy into parts of where responsibility falls for implementation and how those particular things will happen. But we have an implementation plan, and we've seen through the strategies of which this government has produced and come with an implementation plan and successfully executed, whether that be economic development, whether it be national youth policy, youth employment strategy, others, where we lay those things out and making sure that we carry through on the execution, and we recognize that carry through on the execution implementation can yield results as it has in other spaces. I am confident that if we carry through on the execution on these particular matters, that it will have an effect. We have made some progress, but many persons will not feel that there is progress that is being made, because many persons feel unsafe, unsecure, and when there's issues of violence inside of our communities, it will always come back to the fact that we are not the peaceful place that many persons like to reminisce around how Bermuda was and how Bermuda used to be. But here's the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, and this is where I'm going to get to page 7 of this report. When speaking about how the world used to be or how Bermuda used to be, I'm not entirely certain, Mr. Speaker, that those types of conversations and discussions are worthwhile. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because the world has changed. When I was growing up, the only distractions that I had was get to ride my bike around and go play outside. When I wanted to learn something, I had to pick up my childcraft books or an Encyclopedia Britannica or something else like that. Oh, yes, childcraft. Yes, I have my childcraft books, all 15 of them, too, and the annual versions as well. But, Mr. Speaker, when I was young, I remember there was only one house on my street that had a satellite, and I'll go out there Saturday mornings and watch, cartoons because that was it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize and understand that our young people have exposure to far more. Now, when we go to page 7 of this report, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the primary and proximate cause of violence. And it lists 6 particular points. It says not limited to, but it lists 6. And I want to read them, Mr. Speaker. Family breakdown, substance abuse, mental health, lack of education and employment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about some of the things in which we've done to tackle those matters, whether it's the investments of which we've made insofar as making sure that Minister Tanay and her teams have the tools to be intensive when it comes to families. We've spoken about the increase in funding of which we've done on substance abuse, the increase of funding and resource which we give into mental health, and certainly the matters related to lack of education and employment and the work to reform the school system to ensure when we have signature schools that can actually go to the talents, needs, and spaces where persons who may not be fully academically inclined can actually make sure they leave school with trades and skills that can make sure they're employable in the workforce. But there's 2 other matters of which they spoke about, Mr. Speaker, because there were 6, and I want to focus on those 2. The first is exposure to violence, and the second is peer pressure. And I speak to that, Mr. Speaker, because I think that it's important, as I said, that the world is not the same today as it was when I was a young person. It is different. Whether it's regular media, when we're talking about TV and cable, whether it is music that literally makes money from the glorification of violence and singing about killing other persons, which we hear in our community clubs. Sometimes we even hear it on our radios. Or whether it is social media, which our children have access to, which on any given day you can watch videos around violence, around all types of things that young kids, when I was my age, would have never had the exposure to. That's the reality of where we are living in, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know in my household, I tried to make sure that all the devices are locked to keep my children away from that exposure. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that many parents do not do that. Many parents use phones and computers as a distraction from parenting. Do not monitor or supervise what their children are doing. Kids at a young age are exposed to so much. That is the reason why in many jurisdictions in many countries of which we've seen, they're taking measures to restrict young people's access to social media. And it is something that we have discussed and something that we need to consider as a government and as a country, because the impacts are real on mental health, on confidence, and others. So we talk about exposure to violence, but we also talk about peer pressure. Peer pressure now is greater due to the pressures that are put upon young people when it comes to social media. That is a reality. That is a fact. And those are the things also that we in this House, as a government or as a parliament more broadly, because here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you will forgive me because I'm going to get slightly political here, but it is for a point. We need to stop politicizing the issue of violence. There was an incident that happened last month. In late October, where my constituent, a young man, was murdered at a party. Now, we can speak about the circumstance of the party, and I'm not going to go into that because it was, a younger person, BYOB, and all the rest, and that gets the parenting and the other circumstances. But I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, I was dismayed at the response from the opposition to politicize this tragedy as an attack on the government. No matter how good the police and or the government or Minister of National Security can be, there is never a place where we can be in all places at all times, present all acts of violence. It is not a reality. It is not possible. And so as this report is receiving bipartisan support in this House, I hope that we can also move forward on these matters in a bipartisan nature. Because crime and violence does not just affect PLP members or OBA members. It affects everyone in Bermuda. It impacts our ability to succeed as a country. When we talk about the future and all the things, it is a challenge when people do not feel safe. And work has to be done in order to make people feel safer. But that work is easier when it is not politicized, and both sides of this debate are working towards it, Mr. Speaker. Both sides of this debate. Because it's not easy. Difficult decisions do need to be made. Sometimes there are inconveniences that need to happen. Sometimes there need to be CCTV cameras in areas where we don't want them. Because we have to focus on why it is that we are doing it, Mr. Speaker. And so on the issue of exposure to violence, on the issue of peer pressure, these are matters that require parents in this country to parent. Technology is a challenge. When you turn your blind eye, you are making it more likely in the future that your son or daughter may be negatively impacted by circumstances you cannot see. And everyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, has been impacted by violence. I have personal stories of my family members, close, who I've had to talk to Pastor Bean with, who I've had to go through the counseling with, who I've had to go through intensive sessions, where we've had to sit down and cry with each other to bring the healing which is necessary for restoration. But if we as a community do not realize that all of us have a part to play, then this circumstances will not move in the direction which we want. It is not just a police issue. It is not just a government issue. It is not just an opposition issue. It is not just a church, a community club issue. It is everyone's issue, Mr. Speaker. And so given the fact that this strategy was put together with the input of all of those particular bodies, with all of those particular agencies, with all the persons whom this impacts and affects, then I sincerely hope that after this honorable House endorses this strategy today, that we can walk hand in making sure that we carry it forward and hold each other accountable for its implementation. Not point fingers to ask, how can I help? What more can I do? How can we support this from wherever we are, whatever political stripe we hold, whatever portion, whatever religion, wherever we are in the community, to help to bring about the change in hearts and minds in society, Mr. Speaker, because that is the challenge. The world is different. Our strategies must be different, and they must be according to the realities of which we face as a country. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this. I want to commend the debate today. Sometimes it's been testy, but for most of the time, it has been good. We expect that this motion will pass, that this honorable House supports the National Violence Reduction Strategy, but this is not the end. This is just the beginning, and we must work as a community to make sure that we support the aims and objectives here, hold all of each other that have to be a part of this accountable for its execution, and work towards making this country a safer place with less violence and violence in all forms, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? None? Minister, Ms. Weeks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start off by thanking you actually for keeping the House in order so nobody was actually doing a pack, as one of my colleagues had alluded to, as we talk to each other in the neighborhoods. So it was not a pack, and I want to thank the members that participated, Mr. Speaker, because that's important that our country listening to us recognize that this is an issue that concerns all of us. You know, so I commend everybody. There's some things that were said, and I would like to address. But one of the first things I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that when the ministry decided, I decided to have the 2-day workshop, I reached out to every organization that we could possibly think of, private and public. And I want to stress that we also reached out to the opposition. And some of those members came and sat up with us in this 2-day workshop. I stress that because I want it to be known that the issue is so concerning and passionate issue of mine that I decided to leave no stone unturned. Call everybody to the table, everybody to the workshop, listen to everybody's information, their advice, their complaints, and whatever, because the ultimate goal was to come up with a national strategy for us to make our country safer. Mr. Speaker, I heard one of our colleagues talk about question whether or not there is enough policemen. I want to stress that we have 25 new policemen that started in November. 25 is due to start in February. And in the new financial year 2025, 2026, by May or June of that year, we have another 20 to 25 started. So when it comes to community policing, we are looking to bolster the numbers in our police service so that they would be doing their part. But in saying that, it's not an enforcement issue that we're going to get to where we want to get as a country. That's just a part of the total approach that I hope that we as a country can make. So I hope to see them, well, hopefully, but not hopefully, a part of the strategy, the police will be more visible, not only in our roads, but in our schools, in our community clubs, and the like. This strategy is more than just anti-gang. It's anti-violence. Gangs are a part of the gang interventions, a part of the strategy, but it's anti-violence in particular. Gangs, school kids, domestic violence, whatever kind of violence our country is facing, this strategy hopes to encompass all that. That's why we brought everybody to the table, the community clubs, the sports clubs, the mental health professionals. Whatever you could think of, we reached out to them. And it took some time for us to come to this point of having the strategy together, because you could imagine, Mr. Speaker, having to collate all that information and deal with different opinions and different attitudes. One speaker today on the opposition, the honorable member from C12, wanted to know about the gaps. That workshop was to address those gaps as best we could. See where we were duplicating services, see where we could improve services, see where those holes are and how we can plug them. And I tell people about some little Johnny. Little Johnny from 2 years old sometimes, like my colleague from C17 alluded to, sometimes if you see a little boy in P1, he's a fighter. That same little boy in middle school has that same tendency in high school, and then when we become adults, you see him in the nightclub. It's that same guy looking for a scrap. That person to me is like little Johnny. From the first time you notice that at 2 years old, that first assessment, what we were trying to do in this workshop was to take little Johnny from 2 years old to adulthood. And the different phases that they go through, the different services that we already have, and different services that we need to put in place. Because ultimately, when little Johnny goes from 2 years old to 20 years old, hopefully this strategy could help steer more and more young people, especially young men and women, but especially young men, away from the ultimate rest gate. We know where you end up if little Johnny is not identified and the services put in place to help him to sort his life out. We know that the police, the courts, and Westgate are waiting. This strategy is more than that enforcement part. It's the intervention, it's the early prevention of it. So together as a community, I'm looking for us to recognize that in order for us to make a change, we have to stop pointing fingers and say, how can we be a part of this solution? You know, because it's not a PLP issue, it's not an OBA issue, it's a country, it's a community issue that we all have to do our part. I was asked about implementation plan. We have already started because what I noticed when we had the workshop was there was a lot of pockets of positive people, positive things being done. So we brought everything together so that this implementation plan is not a new plan. We have put together a steering committee that is well underway in addressing different needs that we have. The gang violence reduction team is well underway in being in our schools and mediating and counseling. So things have already been implemented, but talking about the gang violence reduction team, I must stress that I heard someone talk about one of my members, dissertation student, Franco Harris, has been very, very instrumental in us getting this plan together. But I must stress too that the gang violence reduction team, Mr. Speaker, was well underway in doing their part in putting together this strategy. So I really want to highlight Bishop Leroy Bean as the head of the gang violence reduction team, Bishop Lynn Landy, who's a part of the gang violence reduction team, Mr. Darren Woods as a part of the gang violence reduction team, and Mr. Kadre Smith. So I'm calling them out because I cannot have it thought of that it's only Franco Harris that has done this work. It's been a team effort, and those guys have done a tremendous job over the last 18 months to 2 years in helping us get this strategy together. And it wasn't always peaches and cream. We had some arguments in that ministry, you know, some back and forth before we could come to this understanding of having this strategy in place. I heard another colleague talk about when the murders were happening up on the hill, up on my hill, up in my area. how he visited different houses and places with Dr. Gina Spence. I remember them days, but I would tell you, there was a time before that when myself and my brother MP, neighbor MP in C15, we were doing things quite some time before that. And the same Mr. Pastor Bean, he had an organization called Cartel. He was fighting gang intervention. He was fighting untoward behavior before we acknowledged as a country that we had gangs in the country. So Pastor Bean has been a part of this struggle for quite some time. So at this point, I'm going to take my hat off to the work that he has done and he continues to do with all the passion that he has in helping our country to remain safe. I made some notes here, Mr. Speaker, so if you just can bear with me.
Go ahead.
I just want to reiterate that the implementation plan is well on the way. We have put together a gang violence reduction steering committee, and that steering committee has been tasked with identifying different agencies and members to put on this committee, and we are strictly looking for different skill sets. Everybody is available. While I was just out in the hallway, one of the opposition members pulled me aside and said he wants to be a part of this implementation and how we can all come together. And I told him, reach out to me, because no one will be turned away. Everyone's input is going to be there. It's going to be used to try, I think collectively we can reduce the violence that we see in our society. But I'm going to stress that it's a community effort, right? Christian and non-Christian, sports clubs, whoever, the young and the old, everybody plays their part in this national strategy. It's a living document. So as we go, it's going to grow. We're going to do what we need to do in order for us to make our island safer. So if there's closing remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the members on both sides of the House for participating. And I want to thank the public for those out there that are listening, and they listen closely to us, sounding like one joined up government today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And on that note, I just want to add to that thank all members for the level of participation that we had and the tone of the participation today. And I hope it does send a clear message to the community that we are in sync in this House in trying to get ahead of this violence that we need to squash in our community. So, Minister, thank you for your motion, and members, thank you for your participation. With that said, it brings us to a close of the business for today. So can we do the third reading for the motion has to be put, sorry, yeah. It's not take note, no. Just move the motion, I'm sorry, move the motion. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the motion.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would, as I close, I would repeat the motion as I had started.
Yes.
When I got on my feet earlier, I moved that the House do take under consideration the following resolution, and that was the resolution of the National Violence Reduction Strategy. So, having gone through the debate, I asked the House to accept and
I'd ask The minister has read the motion as was printed, haven't had to debate on it. Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? None. Minister, your motion is passed. With that,
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members.
thank you. With that having been done, we'll now do the third reading on the Minister Hayward on your matter from this morning.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Act 2024, which rule to suspend?
Randy, yeah. Yes. Then order 21 be suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be now suspended to enable me to read
Yes.
the third reading.
Yes.
The said bill.
Any objections? None. Continue read it, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move now that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Act 2024 be now read a third time.
By title only. By title only and passed.
No, that's the first one.
Yes.
I know I'm right.
We moved it. We took it.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, I now move that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Act 2024 be now read by its title only and passed.
Thank you. Any objections to that? There are none. The bill has been read by its title only and is now passed. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this honorable House do now adjourn until Friday, December the 13th.
Does any member wish to speak to MP De Silva?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very disappointed in the Royal Gazette today. Very, very disappointed indeed. Well, Mr. Speaker, there was an article that was run in the paper today. And if I could, sometimes I really don't know what to think about the Royal Gazette. And I got to wonder about some of the articles they print.
You know what they think about you.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We sure know what they think about me. But I was just wondering what they might have thought about the opposition leader. Because we had a very large article in the Royal Gazette today from Mr. Vic Ball and some of the inner things and workings that have been taking place over there in the OBA. Well, if you missed it, you know,
Do elaborate.
he was Mr. Vic Ball was given his walking papers from the OBA today. Yes. And you know, it's funny, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't see any reply from the opposition leader. Not a dicky bird. And I was just wondering if he or one of his team members might want to elaborate just a little bit before we retire for the night. Just a little bit. Because it seems like when there might be a little rumbling or two around Court Street, we seem to get articles out of the yin yang. We seem to get reports from all angles of this country. But we haven't seen, I don't think, because, I mean, has there been anything on the radio waves today? What? Not one? No. Well, I'll be. As Joe Brown used to say, my. We have crickets and dicky birds and not a peep. Not a peep. You would think it was almost Christmas Eve when everybody goes to bed early, waiting for Santa Claus to show up with his bag of goodies.
But he's expelled.
Yes, but, you know, the team will be missing one of their ardent, yes, members. So I just thought, Mr. Speaker, You know, I think there's a few activities on tonight, and I know everybody's anxious to go home. But I could not leave. I could not leave without giving the opposition maybe a little nudge, because maybe they have forgotten what happened with one of their, or did they know? Now there's something. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe if any of those members opposite care to elaborate just a little bit, I'll gladly take my seat. I didn't hear any point of orders. I didn't hear any point of orders, not even a clarification. But, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Royal Gazette, certainly, I'm disappointed, because usually between them and the other media in the country, somebody would have at least had some kind of reaction from the opposition leader. Or maybe the former premier of the or the country might say something tonight. Or maybe even the new candidate for constituency number 9 might wish to get up and say something tonight. Oh, change your bait. Okay, all right, okay. Well, actually, I'm going fishing tomorrow morning. I was going to use squid and fry. I was going to use squid and fry, but maybe I'll just take something up and roll it up in the Royal Gazette. Roll up in a bowl. But no, that's it for me, Mr. Speaker. I'll gladly take my seat, and if the opposition feels so inclined, we'll be anxious to hear from them on this side of the House. Thank you.
And Peter Silva, I think you set a turn of being short this evening. I wonder if others will follow that. Would any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Buchanan here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. You would have noticed in the. I don't think he can ride a bike, you know. You would have noticed in the paper not too long ago, our wonderful Royal Gazette mentioned that BF&M had experienced 70% increase in profit over a period of time. You then would have read in the paper that Argus experienced an 18% increase in profits over a similar period of time. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, I have been speaking to this matter of these consolidations that are taking place with local businesses in the insurance field, and how I believe that as of today, I'm not really sure if we're experiencing the benefits of these mergers, other than to see that these mergers are creating threats for what I consider to be local businesses of many of those people who were born out of a labor movement and told to go get an education and come back and make a difference with their entrepreneurial opportunities. And I spoke specifically to the fact that these large businesses are walking into the pharmaceutical world and opening up their own pharmacies and competing with the local businesses. I spoke to the fact that we were very wise back in the day to not allow franchises like the McDonald's and the Burger Kings to come here, because we wanted local restaurants to thrive. And now when we see these insurance companies touting these impressive profits, I'm wondering when maybe they will invest in those folks who have, quite frankly, been dedicated to these insurance companies and paying their premiums, whether or not they will see a decline in the premiums or some form of offering, because the new mortgage is insurance, especially for seniors. So, no, I'm not talking about the banks. I'm talking about the insurance companies right now. So, this is, and I mentioned that, I believe that, I'll leave that for you. I'll leave that one for you. I mentioned that the there's a proverbial war coming, and what I was looking at was the local businesses now having to fight to survive with these large conglomerates, and that doctor's offices can't own a pharmacy, but yet an insurance company, even larger business, can own a pharmacy. And then we start seeing where now the large insurance companies are buying up doctor's offices. And so I'm very much concerned, and I'm hoping that the government is taking the opportunity to speak to these insurance companies about how are we going to move forward. Because GEHI has its challenges. It's offering more than what it costs. They're doing their part. So the offering for health insurance there with GEHI, you may be paying a $400 premium, but you're probably getting like $550 worth of coverage. But yet the private insurance companies are touting these profits, and we got to do something about this here. We got to at least sit down with these insurance companies and figure out how to, they're merging together. So how do we as a people start demanding, well, how can we make this thing better? We hear the government, for sure, looking at how they can make coverage more cost effective for everyone. And more importantly, seniors. But I can tell you right now, I kept my insurance with BF&M for years. I have always had it, you know. And then my wife said, well, you know, you've been in Parliament all these years. Why didn't you decide to go with GEHI? So I signed up. And incredibly, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm signing up entirely to. I'm still reading through the booklet. But the cost to what I am paying with GEHI compared to what I was paying with a private insurance company is drastic. Unbelievable. Between my wife and I on insurance, I'm talking about thousands of dollars less. So, there needs to be an intervention. I did get a call from an insurance company the last time I spoke, and I'm sure I'll probably get another call. No, I'm not trying to be an honorable Zane De Silva. But what I am saying is that collectively, I think we all understand that some intervention needs to be placed here. And Mr. Speaker, you yourself can speak to the issues that we are having with some of the insurance companies and coverage. Now, I must say, I had great coverage when I was with, I had the premium package and get to go away and do all of those kinds of things. And now I'm weighing out the costs and benefits here. And I'm like, what in the world are we doing? So now that the merger has taken place with Argus and it's been approved with BF&M, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, the next thing that we're going to see pop up is a pharmacy. I can assure you that, listen, I'm not faulting them because they're looking at, we mentioned earlier today, sometimes, you know, these large companies they lay off and experience, oh, my brother back here, they experience increased profits through this cost saving. So it's not where you are, but it's where you're headed that makes a difference. And I smell something that's heading towards us. This is a problem. Now, for the pharmacies that are out there and the doctor's offices, I'm saying to them, you need to open up an insurance company. Because if they can threaten your private business, you should threaten theirs. Come together and open up your insurance company. And I want the Honorable Zane De Silva to lead it. Now, this is not an attack, but what I am asking for the insurance companies to do is have a heart. Consider that yes, you got to pay these profits off to the shareholders and the likes. But you know what? Some of that should be goodwill and put back into the very people who made them who they are today. And that's Bermudians. That's Bermudians. Now, the other part that I found out was this. Through this merger, these guys have got a lab. So I just found this out. They actually have a lab. Now, what you think my good old brother Quentin Butterfield Jr. thinks? He might be, you know, and one of these other labs might be one of those that's going to be taken over. Or certainly, now they got to fight with the bigwigs because they're looking at cost savings, while the others, these private enterprises, are looking at trying to survive. Two different scenarios. One's looking at cost savings for profits, and the other one is trying to survive. So I'm encouraging this government as they look at some of these enterprising labs and doctors and things, that the system allow it to become smoother and quicker so that they can get up on their feet and moving and do what they have to do. And I'm encouraging the government to go ahead and have some conversations with these conglomerates. Conglomerates. And I think that with enough pressure, I can't speak on behalf of all of my colleagues, but I am concerned when I hear the stories of how difficult people are having it. How difficult they're having it. And when you see these massive profits, I don't see any of these private businesses coming out and saying, wow, 70% increase on profit? What? Somebody's doing a pack. 70% increase. Now they go through and they talk about cost savings here and there and the likes. Guys, Bermuda, Parliament. Let's just start the conversation. Let's just start the conversation. Like I said, I was called by one of the insurance companies to clarify or to correct me. And it was a farce, because what I said was correct. And when generic, Bermudians are tough, we like brands, man. Man, we buy that brand, we pay $50 before we pay $10, or take it free, even free. But I believe that we are learning the lesson, and there needs to be more spoken to about the idea of the generics now. Because a lot of these patents have used up their time for the brand and you can get it generically. We need to encourage our people to understand that it's just a label. It's the same product, and that we should be encouraged. But when the insurance company decides to say, well, you can only get the generic at 100% coverage if you come to me. Now, it's only a few insurance companies on the island. So why you got to set the stage that, well, you can get your generic at 100%, but you got to come to me? And so I say the war is on, Mr. Speaker. So we're seeing a lot happening, and the shift is actually happening quickly, very fast, because they understand that they got to move quick. So I would encourage, again, us to be aware. I declare my interest. My wife's a pharmacist, and I was general manager for People's Pharmacy for 13 years. And the threat is there. They see it. They're feeling it. And they're getting tired as well. And unfortunately, through fatigue, some of them just may say, you know what, I'm tired. I'll take the extra $1 million just so I can retire and just go off into the sunset. But what that does, Mr. Speaker, is all the time and work that they have put in to establish this business, family businesses, is going in smoke. And generations after us won't see the benefit of that business. The whole idea of being entrepreneur is to be able to pass that stuff on for generation after generation to create wealth. To create wealth. And that's what I'm hoping that we can encourage many of our small to medium-sized businesses who are finding it difficult that we can encourage them to hold on, but we got to sit down with these insurance companies, and something's got to happen, Mr. Speaker. That's all I have to say.
The floor is yours. Let me start
I axed my whip.
defending
None of my members are speaking, and no one from that side decided to get up, so that's all right, except for the honorable member. So I will make sure that we can go quickly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to address the honorable member who just took its seat, I will just happily refer that honorable member to the government's throne speech. And if you would allow me to quote,
Go ahead.
if I may, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead.
Because we spoke about a worrying consolidation in key industries that has occurred in Bermuda. We stated that in critical sectors, consumers may be faced with a loss of genuine choice in service, and the competition is essential to achieve quality delivery at appropriate costs. I did say currently the government is limited in its options outside of sectors under the regulatory authority to provide conditions for or to reject mergers that may concentrate the provision of essential goods and services that may reduce competition and increase prices. And I then went on to say, or the government went on to say, Mr. Speaker, that residents should rightly expect that the government should act in the public interest if it is deemed necessary to do so. And I did say that during this legislative session, the government will commence consultations on amendments to legislation to allow the scrutiny of local mergers and acquisitions that concentrate significant power in essential sectors. So, Mr. Speaker, I will just state that we do recognize this particular challenge, but the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the government does not currently have the power to act. And we must, through this legislature, give ourselves the power to act. And I sincerely hope when that bill comes, it will be supported by both sides of this House, because it is important, Mr. Speaker. But to speak to the particular point that the honorable member who just took his seat was speaking about, he says the government has to move quickly. Yes, I accept that. Because what we are seeing that is taking place inside the health insurance sector is a direct result of this government moving towards its mission of ensuring that we have universal health care in this country. And companies with shareholders are trying to react. But let me be clear and unequivocal, Mr. Speaker. And I can say that I speak for myself, the cabinet, and my entire party on this. We put the health and welfare and access to medical treatment above the concerns of profits in the private sector. And to be clear, there have been times where we have come here to take difficult decisions where sometimes members do not wish to support those difficult decisions. So I sincerely hope that honorable member keeps that energy, because when that comes here, I expect that he will be in full support, and we will not hear what we heard earlier, I support this, but. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Thank you, members who spoke this evening on motion for adjourn, for keeping it very short. We've had a long day, I think a productive day. I think the turn of the cooperation that came in this afternoon's motion is one that we need to carry forth as we continue to sit in the rest of this session. With those few remarks, members, have yourself a good weekend, get rested up for next week, and we'll see you next Friday at 10 a.m.